Hello. Hi, hi. How you all doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wow. Hi, Brian. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Hi, Brett Talk. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Welcome to... Would I say that this is a secret stream? No. Probably not. I feel like this is more like an off-schedule stream, no? Because this one is not like... I consider this one is an off-schedule stream because I don't think I would do this every week. But instead I'll do this most week, so... Yeah, I would consider this one as like heck an off-schedule. Hi Nunya, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wow. I have... the day is pretty... The day is pretty basic as it gets, pretty sure. It's as basic as it gets. Start a late night stream. Yeah, hi Zri. Hi Weird. It is now time for cat. Ooh, where's the cat wisdom? We need that cat wisdom.
HGKLCVJBVVBYBHNJNHMBJHNBVBCVGVCF.
Hell yeah, we love you, Sappho. Oh my god. Sappho is so amazing. Oh yeah, before anything, I just kinda quickly show something real quick before I start fishing. Because I am not obsessed with fishing at all, don't worry about it. So, this one. I redeemed a TKK 15 minute sketch from them, and this is what I got. It's actually so good, holy shit. This is actually like I feel like this is actually like a first colored painting or artwork from someone else that has color and my color and arm warmers in. I know I haven't really I haven't really updated my reference yet, so I'm probably gonna update it soon. So yeah, the kobold now officially has collar and arm warmer. Possibly leg warmers as well. So yeah, I'm looking at Big Dragon. Have a Sappho photo too? Looking at Big Dragon. Ah, this nice. Yeah, Tikaka is so heckin' amazing. Like holy heck. So good. Oh my god. I love this one, honestly. And like seeing a collar and arm warmer is so adorable. But then again, seeing this and then saying myself is adorable is crazy though. What is his self-glares? But still, that's a really nice art, right? But I really love it. I really do. I really love it, oh my god. But yeah, that's what I got. Actually, last night. Yeah, wow, last night. Okay. Wait. I wanna look at Sappho. I've been blessed by Sappho. Oh my goodness. Kitty. I don't know what is Sappho doing, but yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Kitty. I love Kitty. Kitty is great. She likes to sit on my lap like that. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, Sappho. It's so precious. So heckin' precious. Oh my god. I love kitty pics. I really do. Like I don't have my own pet. Well, I do, but I don't really like I have a dog that I really love, but I cannot really let him like stay inside the house because my mom doesn't like that. So yeah, I mean I do try to take good care of him, like whenever we get to like interact with each other, like so to speak. It's like 弱的狗. I love Tanmo so much. He's amazing. Like every time I come back from work and then saw a dog when I open up the gate, and then there's like a short little dog. Short little dog just like run towards me. It's like, oh my goodness, what's that cute little burnt bread? what a cute little burnt bread. Oh my god. Yeah, pets are amazing. I really love them. And Sappho just spit my arm out. Oh no. Oh. Hi Evie. So yeah, I'm not obsessed with fishing. I'm still in denial, I feel like. I don't think I am. I don't think I'm obsessed. I don't think I am. Well, oh my god. I'm being praised for being obsessed with fish. Oh my god. I think I can make the music slightly louder like this. Alright, let's fish. I'm not obsessed with fishing. Let's fish. Classic. Love that. Classic. Also, hope you're doing good. I'm actually glad that today there's not much thing that happened in the grocery store. I'm glad. Although my brain has been all about fishing now lately, so what? I just logged in. What do you mean? Alright, I listen. I listen to Selec. I hide the screen when I log in. Alright, we're good. I will be lurky today because I have a Pathfinder game where I play as a cowboy with a gun. Oh, yeah, of course. Have fun with a Pathfinder game, Nina. And thanks for the luck too. Oh my god. Thank you. Although one thing's for sure though, today I didn't drink enough water. I was playing too much of a Pokemon TCG on my Switch during my free time. Today is actually a really slow day, to the point where I have finished the Pokemon TCG. At least like I beat the Elite Four, so yeah. Here, let me hide myself. Become a dragon for now. Boom. There. That works. I still like being a dragon. I still love being a dragon. Oh no. Alright, let's go to the fishing world. I'm gonna make it invite still. Yeah, I'm using JP now, so that the ping is like 100 something, and then everywhere else will be like 200 plus. Sad combo noises. Have to play every VR chat at those ping. I prefer combo Tiora. Oh, I appreciate that. Maybe at some point. Oh man, I played this for 5 days. Crazy. Non-stop 5 days. I'm level 85 by the way. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I want to get myself a runesteel rod, which is 700k, and I feel like I might be able to get it today if I really were to focus on fishing. So what are we gonna do today? I want to show what I have. So some things here, right? I got some new fish. Where's that 100-ton fish that I got? Shit, did I accidentally sell it? Probably did. Well, anyway, I have some new fish. This is the dragonfly fish. Look at this thing, shiny, like a dragon. There's even a dragon on its name. Looks very silly, I love it. 3 eyes though? Wow, crazy. There's also this one. Celestial whitefish. It looks so dumb, but it's actually very beautiful. Look at this thing. Wow. Very shiny too. This is without modifier. This is just how it looks like. So yeah, I actually have 3 new fishes, right? Apparently I sold that one, but I think that one is from Tanglewood. Yeah, Tanglewood. There. Exotic. Like, look at this kilogram. 174 ton. Twiddle. I got this one. It's like, whoa. Oh, it's called Dreadshell Colossus. The one that I got was huge too. I got a huge modifier one. That's why I can fish this big. Because my max weight is only... My max weight is only 35k. So yeah, I got a huge modifier. That's why it's that big. 174 ton Twiddle. So yeah, I already completed Coconut Bay. I completed Coconut Bay, Open Sea, Luxian Dunes, and Tanglewood. So there's only Crescent Isle left. I just really cannot get this one somehow. I don't get it, but it's fine. And I don't know what this is. I'll probably look into this when after I get this one. So today we're most likely going to focus our fishing on Crescent Isle and Crescent Isle only, I feel like. Until we get this last one. It should be saltwater because every single fish here is just saltwater. So that's, yeah, that's easy to do at least. Or unless it needs stormy. Or like unless it needs like weather modifier. I don't know. Hi Peter. Hi Dragon. Welcome. I still wanna be dragon or copter. Turbo copter. Copter? Cobogan. I still want to be Cobogan a few more times. So let's go to Crescent Isle. Haven't bought any new things so far, right? I've been using this Lily for the longest time, and it's pretty good honestly. Because the next best thing would be luxury speedboat. There will be 1 million coins, and that's probably gonna take a long time before we can get there. I'm gonna get the 700k, and then we're gonna drive around to find a shadow merchant, and then we're gonna get that rune steel. Heckin' fishing rod. Oh yeah, we should probably do the dailies first. Oh, you're right. Alright, where is Halipat? Halipat is open sea. Okay, that's pretty easy. Let's get Halipat. Alright, to fishing we go. I am not obsessed with this game at all. Holy shit, wow, crazy. We can go there. We can go there and fish for a Halipat. Look at how fast this thing is. Holy shit. This thing is crazy fast. Sparkling pool? Nice. This is the shiny ones, I think. Yeah, this is the shiny. Time to fish. And it begins. Sometimes I don't even understand why I like fishing so much, but I do. But I do love fishing so much. To the point where I can spend literal days just fishing in the world like this. I don't know. I like it. Like I mentioned a few times before, like this world, it's all the right spot, I would say. So, also, hi Meady, welcome. Oh my goodness. Hope it. Oh, shiny. How Bean is doing good. Gonna poop? Poop? Wait. I've been poop. Wait. Wait. I'll still be dragon for. I'll still be dragon when I play VR chat. I like being a dragon, and the dragon model is so good too. Hope Meat is doing good though. Welcome. Oh, it's almost accurate. I'll take that as a neck scritch. Ooh, right in the middle. Well enough. Polar energy is kicking my ass though. Oh no. Oh, it's spring. Well, almost. Any medication to tackle that? To tackle the allergies? Yeah, it's spring soon. Oh, it's already spring. Having, I mean, maybe I'm dumb, but having 4 seasons is like that is so foreign to me. I mean, I'm in Malaysia, and Malaysia is like eternal summer. So some good, some bad, you know. I feel like it's mostly, you know, after hearing people talking about 4 seasons in my chat and from my sister as well, who is now living in Czech Republic for years now. And after hearing them talking about 4 seasons and having to prepare different clothings for different seasons, I feel like I'm blessed to be in Malaysia where it's just like eternal summer. Yes, it's hot as fuck, but we just have to wear shorts and yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. It's easy, it's easy. I need that rune steel rod. And then I need to drink, or maybe not drink that mysterious alien juice, I don't know. The geese are already returning at the elder trees are zooming in your face. What? A tree cumin? Oh. Hey. So yeah, it's spring for sure. Only is tree cumin. Oh, I actually didn't think about that. Also, hi Kafira. Welcome. Getting close, level 500 now. Oh, I thought I was obsessed. But I am obsessed. I'm not even gonna deny it anymore. I am like, even when I'm working this morning, or yeah, this afternoon, almost the whole afternoon, I was like, shit, I need to fish more. I need to get that rune steel rod, and then I have to like maybe earn more money so that I can drink that mysterious juice. Mysterious alien juice, and I'm probably gonna drink it. And then I'm probably gonna buy shit, what is it again? I forgot. I don't know. It's probably gonna take a long time for me to get that luxurious speedboat. Yeah. I forgot about my... Oh, you got honey butt. Nice. Well, I'll fish here for the shiny for now. To be fair, the world is great and I'm having so many antics with my friends in VRC. That's good to know. Heck yeah. Yeah, this world hits all the right spot for me. Like, I always love having fishing games like something like wet fishing or fishing in a pool full of cats or games like that. I love those games. I love fishing games. And then especially when the fishing game allows me to do exactly this, right? Fishing starts slow and then I get to fish some crazy stuff towards the end. I get to upgrade myself to become like a better angler or something like that. It hits all the right spot. It really does. Also, thanks for the 5 stream streak. Oh my god. Thank you. Pollen is a powdery substance produced by most types of flowers of seed plants for the purpose of sexual reproduction. Ah, I do hear about like pollen is for the sake of reproduction for plants. To the start, if any fishing portion of gameplay and random it, yeah, true. But they do make it more more easier than Stardew Valley itself, which I really appreciate. And of course, not having time constraint like Stardew Valley. Like I could just fish in Stardew Valley for days, but then having the time constraint that just doesn't allow me to like keep fishing until there's night time, until there's no time, or like fish until there's no tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because every time I have to rush back home before it's 2 a.m. I hate that so much. So yeah. Stop playing Stardew Valley because of it. Did you check out the lava cave yet? No. Don't think I've seen any lava cave here. There's probably a shit ton of things that I still don't know. That's why I'm so excited to play more of this map too. Frog on the ball? Exactly. Why is there a frog on the ball? This is the auto pet. Like they help you fish and stuff. And then they can, yeah, it's like a fishing game that has idle content on it. So the auto pet will fish for you, no hassle, and then you just have to collect it. There, halibut. Oh, lucky. What? Oh, it's just here. I know this one. I fished so much of this. It's insane. I think Crescent Harbor counts as Crescent Isle still. Wait. Oh my god, dragon. Gosh, I love Monsino so much. Oh, there we go. First try, easy. Gonna do the dailies, get the relic pieces and stuff. Yeah. Saltwind Rita catfish. Isn't this Coconut Bay, I think? Net 20, yeah. First try crit angle. I think that's... Yeah, there it is. Saltwind Rita catfish. That is Coconut Bay. So I can just cheat. Already cheating in the fishing game. I cannot believe it. Holy. Right, are you freshwater or saltwater? Freshwater? Okay. Nah. Some would call it cheating, others like me would call it min-maxing. Oh yeah, that is min-maxing. Maybe it's not cheating, it's a feature. It's an optional feature. If people want to use it, people use it. People don't, people don't. Right? Oh my god, I even got a shiny crab here. Shiny crab. Knowing the game well enough to take shortcuts isn't cheating in my opinion. It's fair. I really hate that they patched flying out. Wait, they patched it? What? To me, I feel like I can see why they do that because it's unintended. It's unintended that you can just fly around the place and break the progression of the game, but still. I mean, I guess this game is kind of chill enough so that people can look over that, but I don't know, right? I don't know. Because it's not exactly competitive. So being able to fly in the world like this, I feel like there should be no problem. That's just how I feel anyway, like honest feelings towards that patch. It's kinda surprised that they patched it though. They've won the game, they could just They could affect the wind go crazy and... Wait. Excuse me? Go crazy and pen you in if you have wings. Oh, more clever invisible wall? That's a first crash. Exactly, there's no harm done because it's not competitive. Yeah, it is. It's not competitive. So that's why I'm a little bit baffled. But I can also kind of see why they do that, right? It's like a bit of a bit of a in my book, right? Guess we're just using bots, right? Weird. There was a crash for no reason, I feel like. It is what it is, it's okay. I can fish more. I want to fish more. Camera's not working anymore, why? There we go. Somehow they turned off my Delphi expression. Is that why that it crashed? Also, it sounds like there's two music going on. It's a pretty cool thumbnail as well. Never really noticed that, but heck yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, we're back. No big deal. We were trying to catch a salt wind Rita catfish, which I feel like that might be it, but hey, the game crashed, so no big deal. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the bounty doesn't change, right? I should double check. Okay, didn't change. I don't know if tomorrow I'll have the willpower to stop playing this game, to be honest. And honestly, because I love this world so much, I'm so close to just spend some money and get the supporter role for this one. Like, I was so close to getting this, but I was like, no, I shouldn't. Like, I don't even know how much this cost. Like, what is this, you know? And then the 5 times luck value, I mean, that would be huge, but I don't know if that would break the game of some sort. Probably not, but still, it costs. I don't even know how much it costs, to be honest. I don't even know how to check. Like, what even is that currency? I should change fraud. Like, I need to be very lucky, so We get the lucky rod. That doesn't feel lucky. And I got Breen. Breen. Wait. Can I... Chat, can I fish? Can I fish again tomorrow? Like, can I do more fishing stream? I think, like, it's probably not as engaging, but still, still, I don't know. Negative huge saltwind Rita catfish. How much does it sell for? That's 2 modifier in one. Let's check the pricing. If it's more than 1k, then I'll fish a new one. That sells for way too much. Oh wait, no, this is sell all. Oh, you only sell for 300? Then no problem. Take it. Flying fish. Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, we got everything now. I feel like I have quite a bit of a relic here. Yeah, 34 relic piece, 12 mossy relic, 2 powerful relics still. I have 3 scraps. Ooh. Maybe I should go Gamba, but Gamba for only 3 times doesn't feel very satisfying now. I should find the merchant first. The shadow merchant. Any scrap for me here? No? No scrap? No scrap? Oh. I want scrap. Okay, so our goal today is to try to complete the index for Crescent Isle. This one. Only 1 left, but it looks like it's definitely not pink anymore. This one it's either like fabled or mythic, right? So it's either orange or red. Because it's in between. It's definitely not pink. Wonder what makes it so hard to get. Is it because of the weight? Could it be though? I have no idea. It couldn't have been because of the weight, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, why is this one empty? Anyway, I'm probably just gonna go to... Let's go to Crescent Isle. Get onto my pinky yacht. We're on the pinky yacht. You're gonna fish so much. You know, sometimes, especially this afternoon, that because I can feel how obsessed I was with the fishing game, right? And then it's like, shit, I don't think this is normal. I don't think I ever hyperfixate on a game like this before. Or maybe the second time, I think. I mean, the first time would be Monster Hunter World. Because I spent 1,300 hours on Monster Hunter World. So I don't know. ADD brain, maybe? Slightism, perhaps? That's what I've been thinking about, right? Because I never really got myself properly properly diagnosed for stuff like these, so I can't. Like I cannot really say for sure, right? I cannot because it's not proven. Burning? The door is burning? Oh my god. It's fucked up. Got my ADD diagnosis at 30. Oh. What if this is the one? Complete the index maybe? There was a tiny hammerhead shark. God damn it. It could be red. At 30, I'm 29. Like I've been wanting to go through HRT, but I don't think I can go through that in this lifetime anyway. But we'll see. Time changes things. Maybe I should start with the basic mental health diagnosis first. Trying to get the second evaluation for ASD. I don't know what ASD is, to be honest. But it's difficult. No. Still, I wish you all the best for that, even though I'm not too sure what that is. Yep. Whoa. Oh my god, it's Hypnosis Stingray. Autism spectrum disorder. So is that like an autism but a more severe case? I don't even know if there's any like mental health care clinic. I wouldn't say institute or like government funded. I'm pretty sure mental health is not government funded here. It's called it now as autism is on a spectrum. Hey. So it includes mild cases and those where people are unable to speak. Oh. It's a tough journey both physically and mentally. I'll only recommend when you're stable and safe to proceed. Yeah, that's exactly why. Like, being in Malaysia doesn't help at all, so that one I also understand. Your location is awful right now for it? Yeah, exactly. My location, my local environment as well, right? It's definitely not the best. Right? It's definitely not the best. Unless I'm like stable enough and I'm living alone in my own household, then that's a different story, but that's not that I don't think that's gonna happen then anytime soon. If at all. Sometimes I really question myself that maybe I do have like ADHD or ADD. One of them. I don't know what's the difference between them, to be honest. But it's the fact that I can really go hyper-focus or something, or getting distracted endlessly. Yeah. Yeah. Sure, you can find something in Europe, a job somewhere, your English is really good, and usually that's enough as a start. Ooh. To move away from where I am. Hmm. Once you start the maths, you're pretty much stuck with them permanently after 6 months. Is that irreversible? Yeah, I actually don't mind that. I want that actually. Why would I want to reverse it? And without you risk severe bone density loss? Huh, I think I heard about that actually. Depends what part of Europe. Austria is probably one of the safest places on the list. Netherlands too, but that's Dutch. ADD is more internal and ADHD is more external. In some way ADD I can say that my brain is very scattered, unfocused, easy to forget things. But with ADHD you also have an inability to sit still, you tend to act out, etc. I guess I don't think I have ADHD then. I have ADD. Sweden too, most of the Nordic countries. Like I know I talked about this before, and then there are people that like there are people offering me like places to stay, but then I'm just so afraid too, because even with a place to stay, what can I do there to sort of keep myself afloat and self-sustain? Like I feel like I'm so lost even if I were to like move in with someone. It's a thing that I couldn't imagine myself doing, as to be honest. Tends to get diagnosed a lot easier because the kids are difficult. Oh. Where I am, it's mostly accepted or tolerated depending where you go. It's all ideal here healthcare wise. Yeah, I heard. Healthcare is gonna be extra costly. Oh wait, no, you're in Australia, I'm stupid. Well, still. Whereas people with ADD usually have more of an internal thing. Maybe ADD is more brain activity. My brain has a hard time focusing on things that aren't interesting, daydream a lot, etc. Holy shit, wait. Oh no. Hard time focusing on things that aren't interesting. Gosh, I feel like that's very me. I daydream a lot. I don't know if I daydream a lot, but I sing to myself internally a lot. Does it make sense? Because things are so uninteresting around me, then I just sort of sing to myself internally. That was ADHD as a kid, but they were wrong. I had autism. Mid-teenage years, I got the right diagnosis. Nowadays, I've made things though, with the worst being my fibromyalgia. I'm not too sure what that is. Then scientific terms are extremely difficult. The cowboy I know, I feel, is most likely on the spectrum, to be honest. What's spectrum again? Like, I need to Google that one. Ooh, electric leather wallet? I can steal the money. Like, how would I... Spectrum... Meaning... Maybe I should, like, search for a Chinese word. Used to classify something in terms of its position on the scale between two extreme points. How about the spectrum Chinese? Would there be a Chinese word for it? Spectrum 什么意思？ Cambridge Dictionary. What the heck? Those are some crazy websites. Autism spectrum disorder. Spectrum. Wait, we'll go to check chat. Oh. From the long time I've known you, it matches a lot. You have the obsessions and impulses based on them too, hence the Cobra/Dragon stuff. So I'm on an extreme case of autism? Okay, so I'm on Cambridge currently. Here, let me show you what I'm looking at right now. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm not. There. Okay. So spectrum, a set of colors into which I'm not gonna read that because it's like a set of colors and shit. 光谱、波谱、声谱、频谱。光谱中的红、橙、黄、绿、蓝、靛、紫、朱色都可以在彩虹中见到。Wow, wait, is this a rainbow? It's actually a rainbow. Spectrum, a range of different positions, opinions between two extreme points. 看法、感觉。哦，看法哦。So it's like the spectrum is like not. Spectrum is like a speculation. I mean, it's 看法 yeah. Not extreme. I wouldn't say extreme. Extreme usually means you're non-verbal. Oh. Okay, yeah, no. That's not extreme. Okay, I'm not extreme. Okay. It's a very varied spectrum, and Kobo is very functional but gets overwhelmed easily. I say read more about autism. I probably should. I should set Waterfox as my default website. Main signs of autism in adults. I'm an adult. Finding it hard to understand what others are thinking or feeling. Maybe. Getting very anxious about social situations. Oh my god. Finding hard to make friends or preferring to be on your own. Oh my god. I mean, look at me right now. Shit. I'm in the VR chat world alone. Seeming blunt, rude, or not interested in others without meaning to. So it's kind of me, I guess. Finding it hard to say how you feel. I feel like I vent a lot on stream, so this one maybe not. Taking things very literally, for example, you may not understand sarcasm or phrases like break a leg. Oh no. I feel like I get this a lot though. Like I'm so oblivious to I'm so oblivious to like obvious jokes most of the time, and then even when they said the joke I still don't understand what's going on. I don't know if this is the same though, maybe similar. Having the same routine every day and getting very anxious if it changes. Oh wait. Oh no, this is so, yeah. Your stream is one of your passions since it's a safe, completed event for you. It's true. I think I also might mainly have ASD, and Shrink gave me ADD and non-specified personality disorder, which is usually what you're given when a shrink either doesn't know how to diagnose it, or as in my case, getting a shrink who only ever get an ASD diagnosis if the person was non-verbal or obviously autistic. I have the one in spades. In spades? I hate changes, yeah. This is the reason. Oh. The main signs. I don't have this. I don't think I have anyway. But in any situation other than my stream, I feel like this is I feel this very strongly. Only imaginary feeling I can say about like this, but any other time, no. I mean, it's not like finding it hard. It's more like finding it hard, and I cannot say how I feel. I think a lot of the time, gender dysphoria is also connected to folks who are neurodivergent. New big word? Oh my god. I don't know what neurodivergent is. Other signs? Not understanding social rules such as not talking over people. Oh, this one I'm so aware. Avoiding eye contact. This is very, I feel this like 100%. Getting too close to other people or getting very upset if someone touches or gets too close to you. Yeah. 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 Your stream is yours, is a safe place and we protect you here. Aww. Very much so. There's a large amount of neuro sparkly trans folks. Exactly. Like, neurodivergent, basically people with autism, ADD, ADHD. Oh, okay. Noticing small details, patterns, smells, or sounds that others do not. Oh my god. My family always says that I'm like a god at hearing things. It's like, oh no, isn't it normal? Like I hear sounds beyond their understanding. I guess. Having a very keen interest in certain subjects and activities in dragons. Liking to plan things carefully before doing them. I don't know about this actually. I usually just go with the flow, which is weird, I guess, but it's kind of how I feel. Makes a lot of sense. Hmm? Oh, there were people who were straight up teleporting or using speed flight to clog out the daily script cycle in a matter of seconds. That in the bolt system is kind of part of the gameplay loop as well. Yeah, like, ew, right? This is the part where I understand why they patched out flying, right? And then another problem is like it's not competitive. Like people do, like, because if they're doing it in public, then maybe not cool. But if they're doing it in a private instance, I think it's kind of fine. In my book, anyway. Neurodivergence is a nice way to separate some folks from the normal crowd. Ah. Very sensitive when it comes to sound, light, and smells. I feel like I'm very sensitive to sound only, I think. There's a very aggressive argument about external movement options in fish, I think, because there's a lot of people are too sweaty and have zero chill. They more or less ruin it for everyone. It's elitist again, isn't it? The elitists ruin everything in any game, I swear to god. There should maybe answer GP next time about it all. GP? About what? About my about the autism stuff? Autism in women? General practitioner? Oh, a doctor. Wow, what a big word. I don't know if I can talk to my diabetes specialist about this, can I? Autistic women may be more likely to. I'm not really, like, even though I would love to be, but it is also a spectrum, remember. Everyone has different levels and it can change over time. I used to be really bad with the schedules, but now I'm on my own in my own space. I'm more relaxed. You can probably bring it up. It's as a good thing as any, since you see them on a steady basis. You can't say you match a lot in that area. Really? Let me read. have learned to hide signs of autism to fit in by copying people who do not have autism. What the fuck? No way. The first point, no way. I do this a lot. Like I've been told that I have splitting personalities because whenever I hang with other groups, I will behave like them. And I know about this too. Oh my god. Like I know about that too. I hang with that group, I behave that way. I hang with my mid-school friends, and then I behave differently. Oh, actually, I wouldn't compare my mid-school friends here because whenever I'm with my mid-school friends, I behave the most normal. I feel like the most me. I generally think you're one of us, and that's not a bad thing. You do that too? Oh. Be quieter and hide your feelings. I do this way too much, don't I? Not on stream though, but maybe I don't do this way too much. A little bit. Appear to cope better with social situations. Appear to cope better with social situations. I'm not too sure what this means. Show fewer signs of repetitive behaviors. Repetitive behaviors? Fewer signs? What? I used to be very withdrawn, but I've had to work a lot on that. Now I'm almost too talky instead. Yeah, I have a lot of these actually. Shit. Oh no. oh no. I was extremely withdrawn in my ages 13 to 16, but I got forced into independent living, then had no choice but to be able to fend for myself somehow despite the stress it caused. Shit, that's rough. From 13 to 16 and then being forced to independent living. Oh no, that's rough. It is an interesting thing to sort of like look into, maybe. That was an interesting read. I just love help and was living on my own at 16. Even managed to graduate high school in that. And got to sign my own permission and stuff and could leave if I needed without parents. Ooh, okay. Very strong, independent. Yeah. I feel like I'm not like that. I feel like I'm kind of honestly on the weak as fuck situation here. Yeah. Like to be completely honest though, I feel a little bit scared too because I don't think I can find another work like this where I'm allowed to like work 2 days a week. So why am I saying this is because I feel like that grocery store's boss is like so old that he's considering like retiring and not going to like continue that business anymore, since there's not enough people going and it's always a slow day over there. So it's kind of like I'm a little bit worried. A little bit. I guess if I do that, if it really happens, then I guess I really have to do art. I guess I really have to do art and try to like earn myself some money, huh? Shit. I'm trying to leech from other people by doing art. Maybe I'm a bad dragon. Wow. Or bad Dirkbold. Dirkbold. Kobolderg. I'm 36 on Sunday nowadays. I have the autism still, but in CPTSD, anxiety and depression. As well as the most recent fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain disability and no pharmaceutical. Oh fuck, shit. Okay, that's definitely a left ear. Oh my god. If you get the diagnosis, it may enable you to become eligible for disability pension. It's what I'm on, as I generally have the 0 hour per week work capacity. Fibromyalgia. Oh, that's a lot easier to read. Fibromyalgia. Wait. So if I have diagnosis and then disability pension. Six diagnosed with ADD, most likely got autism spectrum disorder, PTSD, childhood trauma. Childhood trauma, chronic depression, panic/anxiety disorder, and improper disability since about a year ago. Ooh. Whoa, that's not a kobold. I'm a Dirkbold. Hi, Mars. I wanted to be dragon whenever I play VR chat these days. Oh, Mars is doing it. Oh my god, it's a shiny dragon. I love shiny dragon. It's generally awful. The fibromyalgia. Instead of to sleep at night. Oh my god. We've all got our quirks. Yeah, it's like I do always believe when people say everyone's fighting their own battles, everyone's fighting their own battles, and it's not hard to just be kind to other people. That's why I always believe in, and I always want to be kind to people first, because I genuinely believe that everyone's fighting their own fights in the dark without anyone knowing. So I always want to be kind, unless they are an asshole, then that's a different story. Right? But yeah. The link to tell what it includes. No more shit on anyone, no matter how bad they are. I'll read on it after. Let me fish a little bit. Just a little bit. Wait, did I put my frog somewhere? No, right? Oh my god. I got the abyssal serpentfish from what? Then there's an insane frog. The frog is cracked. What the fuck? This is what my frog caught. Holy. My frog, by the way. Look at this guy. That's my frog. I love it. Look at my frog. Holy shit. Sea monsters. Yeah. Big sea monster. The thing I'm struggling with most at the moment is the overactive bladder. Makes sleeping hard. Have to get every 1 to 3 hours to dribble a little. Oh no, that's... Holy, that is rough. Well, if you catch a water dragon, that's what I'm hoping as well. Like, at some point there has to be a dragon appearance somewhere, right? I sure hope so. I mean, I did catch a few things that... Oh, pink. Is this pink or is this red? No, I think this is red. Oh my god, it's pink. It's exotic. Uh, where was I? All right. I did catch a few things that's kind of like a dragon, I guess. Let me show you some. Oh yeah, like this one. The dragonfly fish. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Looks so cool. Neat. And then there's also this one. I mean, this one is not exactly dragon, but it's beautiful. Look at this fish. Like how your model is all silly with your movements. The dragon model is too good in this in VR chat. I just cannot not use it. There's nerve pain associated to it too, triggered by the series of things, and painkillers are ineffective on that unless strong codeine. Only thing I can do is take a second antidepressant to raise serotonin. Or to raise serotonin? Huh. Those sound insane, oh my god. That's tough, that's like rough. Holy shit. And then there's also, oh yeah, there's this one. This one is holographic. Who even invented humans? They should have tried harder. I know, right? God damn it. Why am I a stinky human where I can be a dragon at some point or at any point? Dragon, kobold. Most likely a kobold, those that I can serve dragons. Why not? Of course, that puts me at risk of too much serotonin. I should have tried harder. Right? I should have tried harder. Way harder. Oh. Hit my neck. Oh, this one is also like very dragon-like. Look at this thing. Oh. Nick it. Kind of dragon-like. Nonifa fibromyalgia. Myalgia. Because in January I had to change antidepressant, and my old one was treating all my symptoms mostly without everything showed up. Seeing med is from the 60s. Its side effect include that 8 hours of sedation that I needed. Side effect include that 8 hours of sedation. 8 hours of sedation means that it's going to be like is sedation anesthetic? I think it appears my blood sugar that was invented in like the 60s. Ooh. I'm having metformin and I'm having asphalt and lentis for my insulin intake. And this one is like banana dragon. Look at this banana dragon. I'm also having meds for my cholesterol because I'm chunky fat. Oh yeah, and then baby megalodon, by the way. Oh my god. That thing can never stand still. Baby megalodon, by the way. Metformin, yeah, heck yeah. Oh, metformin is from the 60s. Oh, that's crazy. Not quite. It's basically a central nervous system depressant. Slows everything down. Even breathing can be affected. Oof. I'm amazed that I don't have bad cholesterol. That's amazing. Not having bad cholesterol is amazing. Heck yeah. Serial link in DMs about the February, can read later. Thank you, Evie. I'll try to read it after. I've been chunky my entire life basically. I had I had a near-death experience when I was like 9 years old because of diabetes, untreated diabetes. No one knows that I got by diabetes, and doctors keep saying that I have that I didn't shit for a long time. That's why I'm like close to dying. So then they keep giving me like those meds that like you have to like squeeze some sort of a liquid into your butthole as a kid, right? Hey, and then after months I just lost consciousness, and I was in the emergency room and then had a very near-death experience because the doctors keep saying that you will get... My doctors told my parents that I would not be able to live until that night, 12 a.m. Well, I'm still here, so fuck that doctor, I guess. They give you enema as a kid, that's crazy. They, like, I have that for weeks when I was like, because during that time, no one suspects that I have diabetes. Like, my blood sugar is like sky high, but no one, like, not even the doctors would like suspect that I have diabetes. So, yeah, that's what happened. So I was struggling with, like, I couldn't move because my blood sugar is too high. I couldn't see, opening my eyes hurt. And then I had to go to the toilet pretty much every moment because I went to pee. You know, it's like high blood sugar stuff, you know. And I lost consciousness, and then I went to the emergency room. I mean, I don't even know what happened. I only heard about this from my parents because they told me. I already lost consciousness. I don't even know what's happening anymore. So... Oh! I was talking though. I got it. The last one. Oh my god. We did it. Oh, 100% baby. Except for this one, I don't know where it is. I need to keep up with chat. Fatigue is one of the ones I struggle with. I need 10 to 15 hours of eat. If I struggle to eat, it causes nerve pain. The other day I had dentist. Wait. Causes nerve pain. I mentioned to him I had it. He changed the plan and numbed me extremely and only did half my mouth at the time. Baby are still around. I'm sorry to suddenly throw my history here, but it's kind of relevant. Kind of. Happy turn is Whoop. I get drunk. Hi. Thanks for the poop and head pet, Tamaka. So, what do we do now? I think now we just sort of... Oh my god, I forgot about that. I guess now we just kind of fish until we have 700k. And then we're gonna buy the rune steel rod. Almost passed away too when I was younger. I was 19 and passed out in the snow drift in the middle of winter after drinking way too much. Had a bit of a problem with alcohol back then. Oh god. Well, I can say the same then. I'm glad you're here. Oh. Always poop and pet the cute third bulb. I will be the temporarily third bulb these days. I'm too obsessed with the fishing. Oh. Like, I couldn't stop thinking about it when I'm at work this afternoon. Brickfish is crazy. Whether anytime any, and I just couldn't get it for the longest time. I'm just gonna sell it. Wowie, 37k. Oh, that's not even close. Not even close. Oh. Oh. When do we get to the new places? I am not too sure. Currently, I'm just trying to get to 700k money. And then I'm gonna buy the Rune Steel Rod and then probably do some side quests around here. Sedation has started kicking in, so I must not find it. It's needed. Even melatonin is combined with it. With a strong dose. Night night, Evie. Rest well. Thanks for stopping by. Evie strong. Speaking of side quests, there is like a key that I need to find around this mountain, I think. Is it around this mountain? I'm not too sure actually. I don't even know where the key might be. The only clue that I got is it's at a high place.
Before I go, here's a quick pat pat. Pat 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 pat. Right on the head. Such a good girl.
Thank you, Evie. No, can't compare to you going through that, so yeah, me doing that was my own fault. You were a kid. Yeah. No one should have a near-death experience at all. How would I be able to find a key in this place? How big would the key be? Oh wait, I never really looked into that place. I feel like that place might need the mysterious gemstones. Remember the gemstones? Like these ones? Red gem looks cool as hell. Green gem, should I eat this? I should. I broke my tailbone as a child and my dad just told me to suck it up, and now I have permanent nerve issue in my leg and I can't sit in certain positions. I love neglectful parents. Yeah, having parents like that is just painful. My parents, they were not neglectful, to be honest. They were not. They are, well, my dad were not the best, but he was a good dad. And at least the dad taught me to be a decent human being. So on that one, I would say that I'm lucky. And my mom is actually really nice. So yeah, I'm glad I don't have neglectful parents. My mom has the same issue, but it was her mom after her brother pulled chair out from under her while she was saying, "Oh my god, that's fucked up. Dad, I literally can't sit down. It hurts too much. Stop whining, suck it up. Maybe now you won't sit so much on the computer." Oh my god, that's neglect is fun. I was trying to foster care at 7, and oh god, there were many types of abuse in there. Even sexual, oh my god. Even at foster care, huh? Crazy. Sometimes... Wait. Like, sometimes I can't help but feel that the world is such a fucked up place, you know? But despite thinking about that, here we all are, you know, and then we're gathered here. We're gathered here, maybe we can... We share our experiences. I don't know. But in a way, it kind of makes me feel like, hey, it's life is worth living. It's not too bad. My dad is one of those gaslighting people who refuse to admit fault. Oh no, fuck that's so shit. That's so shit. Oh. Heard many stories about how harrowing foster care is in the US. Ugh. Some people shouldn't have kids? Oh yeah, exactly. Like my goddamn sister. It's kind of ridiculous. My wife and I tried to do foster care and there were so many hoops to jump through. We ended up unqualified due to her depression. No, what? It makes me wonder how shitheads get screened through no problem. Yeah. Must be corruption and money. Like, it's just what it is, I guess. You get depressed sometimes because of trauma. No jump for you? Jesus. Love you here. Oh. Love you too, Evie. You should go EP. That medicine is like working and stuff, right? Bet you just lie, to be honest. Do you think that's an option? Yeah, money and lies and deceit. Fun. It's crazy how powerful money is, and that is exactly why the rich will always eat everyone, and the rich will be safe all the time because of money. Oh. Celeste would like to join. What? Celeste wants me to join my streaming though. Are you sure, Celeste? Are you sure? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it would be nice to be able to fish for a dragon, but still. Let me tell her. Wait. But she's probably on VR now. Ooh, I want to join her, but I'm also like worried. I should tell her. I should join her and then just say that I'm streaming. Celeste is something fun way. Celeste is so fucking amazing, honestly. I'm joining her. I'm joining her. Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm doing it. Look, Celeste is amazing, okay? Let me just say first that I'm streaming. Well, now she'll react. Oh wait, V's here too. Wait a minute. What'd I do? Wait. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Salesman? I don't know. I don't know who's super. I don't know. Am I supposed to be here? I don't know. I feel like I'm streaming without your consent, and this is kind of bad. I should try to tell her on Discord first before anything. Let's hope she replies. I'll stay here for now and I'll keep myself muted. For now anyway. Pushes Tira in. No, wait, no. This is like because they're like, oh my god, I'm too obsessed. Anyway, because there's like multiple people here, and this is a private instance, right? So I don't know if I'm allowed to sort of just barge in and stream while they're being there still, you know? So I'm a little bit worried. I just I'm invited. Yeah, but still, I'm invited because they might not know that I'm streaming currently. Oh no, this is serious. This is serious. I don't want to like I don't want to barge into people's privacy. But oh, she's not replying on my Discord. Oh no. Who the fuck is this? Why is there like a random people on my Discord joining? What? Who is this? One mutual server, my server. No activity, no mutual friends. This is a major red flag. It should be mentioned. True, but it's different when someone is streaming. Yeah, go in and ask. Should be mentioned. How about this? I will hide the screen. I will hide the screen and I can still hear them though. I will mute the screen. Oh no, I will hide my screen. I will mute everything, but you guys can still hear me, but you cannot hear them. So maybe that's better. I really don't want to like suddenly join in private instance like this. So I will ask in the most discreet way possible, yes. So give me a second. I'm gonna hide my screen here. And I'm a kobold. You guys can talk to the kobold. So yeah, and then I'm gonna mute my computer audio entirely. So give me a second. There. So you guys should not be able to hear the YouTube music anymore, but it's only hearing me. And then there's no background noise, but I can still hear background noise. Can you guys confirm that you guys cannot hear the YouTube music? Hi Peter. Welcome Dragon. There's a little bit of situation going on here. Got you, so I'm gonna force in some in the background too and anxiety mostly. Yeah, I have to sleep with music on. Or anything else. Oh, video. I can't hear it. Thank you. Okay, let me just ask about this real quick then. Alright, give me a second. Please don't mind me. You guys, I can still respond to messages and stuff. Oh, they're using boats and stuff. Alright, let me talk to them. The last V. Dragon. I have a bit of a confession to make here. Oh, they're just running around. Hmm. Hi, Swift. Oh, they're just running around. I couldn't catch up to them. What do I do? I should talk to them before. Like, I need to get this green light before I will like stream this one. If not, then I'll probably have to end the stream here. This is very like weird. Celeste and Dragon, I have a bit of a stuff that's going on. So I'm streaming now. And yeah, I have everything muted, like I'm not showing anything on to for anyone, so it's safe, right? But I just want to make sure if it's okay for me to stream here or it's not. Yeah. Because I understand. Of course. Then all right. And then it's okay. There'll always be a next chance that we can do this again. Yeah. Of course. Of course, of course. I'll go first. Have fun fishing. Thank you. Alright, that's done. So they don't want. I'm so glad I asked. So let's go to our own instance here. It's totally fine. Let's get back to where I was. Yeah. I am so glad I asked. Okay, let's do a new instance. Invite, join. And we should be good. Okay. Crisis averted. They were doing like a private fishing together, so they don't want that to be streamed, so it's totally understandable, and there will always be next time where we can fish together again. So let me get everything back to normal. I think it's minus 10.8 decibels. Yeah, there we go. Good combo. Wow, I actually feel like I did the right thing. Alright, we're back. So there should be no one else in the instance, just want to make sure. Okay, good. Yeah, she mentioned that there will always be more chances for us to fish again, and I believe that. But tonight, if they don't want everything to be streamed, I will 100% respect their decisions, and you know, I don't want to barge into people's private instance and just like, hey, here's a huge camera in your face. No, we should fish together. It's like, no, right? I don't think that's the way to do it. As much like I'm gonna full glaze here. As much as I like Celeste and V and everyone over there, like being an amazing dragon to me always, but and oh, it is actually because of that I want to respect their decisions all the time. I want to be more like communicative to what they want, what they don't want, if they're okay with this, if they're okay with that, you know, stuff like that. So it's very important. I don't want to like, yeah, essentially I don't want to shove a camera to their face. School of Blobfish? Ew. I thought she's not fine being on stream now, just looking at Discord status. Yeah. Shit. I wish her for the best. Like, I would fish with her to make her feel better, but at the same time I kinda don't want to just end the stream here abruptly. So maybe it's a little bit selfish for me to do this as well here. I sure hope that she feels fine. Like, I wish I can be there for her. But then again, like, I feel like isn't it kind of weird for me to say that now, since we only met we met not even more than a year, and I'm being this, it feels like I'm being this close to her. I feel like it's a little bit disrespectful, but I don't know. It's like situations like this. Is there no like rules we need to fish at? Anyway, I feel like situations like this is like, I don't know. Hey, who knows? Maybe tomorrow night we can fish together or something. Only if she feels like it, of course. Wouldn't want to force anything. Like, as a general rule of thumb, no forcing is gonna make anyone feel great. It's too tall. At any point, can I get into this lighthouse? Maybe there's like a key somewhere? Because I couldn't get in. Like, there was so many interactable door, but we cannot get in? Wait, there's something there. Go. So now I'm trying to like go to different pools and fish and probably get quick bucks, quick money. So yeah, I just genuinely wish the best for her. And everyone there, of course. Savannah Rift? What? I never seen this one before. I know what it is now. I don't know how to explain what I felt, but I feel like it could be kind of weird for me to act or like to behave this as if I'm really close to her. I don't know, right? I don't know. Maybe it's my brain being dumb again. It's also situations like this that makes me think a lot of like how other people feel and how I might have made other people feel as well. Yeah, it's situations like this that makes me think a lot. What? Oh my god, it's just straight up barcode. Oh, is this like, oh, zebra? Is that why? It's Savannah, so it's like, so there's gonna be zebra and tiger more, I think. Classic. I was right. Tiger and albacore tuna. How much is the fish? The barcode? I have no idea. $200. $200 for that stingray barcode. Yeah, she also was not streaming today, right? Gosh. believe that have much fun fishing. Of course. Thank you, Bretok. And good luck with... Well, what was I trying to say again? No, it's not good luck. It's have a good day. Oh my god, I can... My brain, I swear to god, sometimes just doesn't work at all. It's non-existent. Oh my god. Have a great day and thanks for stopping by, Bretok. Oh, brain, my god. I can't. Ooh, pink. Yo. Oi. Ooh. Oh, this a wild one. Oh, this was a wild one. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh. Here we go. It's dragon here. It's a drag bulb. It's a drag bulb. I still want to be a dark bulb in VR chat. I can't help it. It's too good, the model. Ooh, albino mahi. Drag the bolt in your cave? And drag me into a cave. Wow. Even though I look like a dragon, I'm a dark bolt. I'm still very cobalt at heart. I'm a very cobalt at heart. Take care, Johnny. Take care, Bretok. Take care. That's why you have the collar. Hey, the collar is for aesthetic. Oh, okay, no, it's not for aesthetic only. Who am I even trying to lie to, The collar is good for putting a leash on me. Wait a minute. I generally think color looks very nice though. Especially nice on kobolds and dragons, but okay, it's I'm doing a self-report here, but I have a collar myself. I wear it multiple times, but I try looking at myself in the mirror when I wear a collar with a phone camera, and then I was like, maybe I don't look that good. Probably because of my face, you know. Again, it's the gender dysphoria or like appearance and shit. I hate it. But color on dragon and kobold is so adorable though. Ooh, tiger sunfish? That looks crazy. Looks like a hypnosis thing. Pet lifestyle? Yeah. Even though I don't like looking at myself in general, even when I'm wearing a collar, but I never really have like intimate experiences when I'm wearing a collar with someone, or if at all, I would say. It is nighttime here. I can talk about these kind of stuff. I have 18 plus on my stream. It's fine. It's just color and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, tiny herring, 0.1 kilogram.
Hello, and welcome.
I don't know how to read Korean. Thanks for the follow, Korean name. Why am I keep getting tiny cock? No, that was tiny herring. Oops. Usually I'm a kobold. I don't want to be rude to like Korean language. But I only know saranghae, I think. I think saranghae is I love you, I think. Oh, annyeong is hi, right? Annyeong, I think. God, I have no idea about Korean. Ooh, a sparkling pool? I kind of like shiny more than Savannah. Let's go there. Being pet so much, oh my god. I love being pet so much. And I love being a pet too. Wink. Now you know. Look at this sparkly thing. Oh, I forgot about that thing again. There we go. Take it. Is it too far? I sit back, snook, clownfish, caught tarpon. Oh, tarpon is and a giant squid. You fish a giant squid? That's crazy. Holy! My frog is cracked. Goodness me. Huge. Can I have a shiny? I want a shiny. Oh wait, there's the English name beside that Korean name on my OBS activity thing. I just realized. Root TJD 560. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Now that's a proper thanks, I think. Of course, actually, you're a couple. True. Guilty as charged. I like shiny. A lot. Never enough. Never enough shiny. I'm not getting any shiny here. Not a single shiny. Come on. Game is being a big bully. The game is being a big bully. I want shiny. Why does this look like a different shade of purple? Ooh, shiny huge stingray. There we go. Shiny huge stingray. Give shiny. Hey. Steal. Scatters off. You're shiny. Can I take you home? Oh. I don't know. Even though Peter is a very nice dragon, being taken home by a dragon must be nice though. Shiny huge oarfish? Oh my god. I'm keeping that. Lock. So that oarfish, this is holographic, but it's not huge. Let's unlock that one. I mean, holographic is kind of shiny, but it's not shiny. shiny. Oh my god, Mars is shiny. Mars is a squeaky shiny wyvern. That is very adorable. I've seen pictures. Heckin' amazing pictures. A wyvern for Mars? I don't think so, but a wyvern for Mars? Ooh, what would that look like? I thought that's a shiny plastic bag, but it's just a plastic bag. Huh. Ooh, haven't seen this relic piece for a while. Old relic piece? Good enough. Wonder if I can get to 700k today. Not tonight. Oh, I thought it was right in the middle. Chat. I have a small question. Hi, Nature Dragon. It's the kobold. Heck yeah. I'm a kobold at heart. I'm a dirtbolt. Got a question for you. Ooh, shiny huge cock. Oh my god. That's amazing. If at a random moment you saw a kobold in front of you staring at you, what you do, right? Like what you do if you see a kobold just staring at you? This is a very general question, right? I'm just kinda curious. What would people do to kobolds? Because to me personally, let's say if I were to be a dragon, like a huge big dragon standing in front of that kobold, I might be a little bit possessive. I might take them in. That might not have been a good call. If I were to be a dragon, I guess I would be very possessive, no? Because I like hoarding things. I give them cookie, give them shiny. Oh, you guys are really nice. Holy shit. I'm the bad one here. I essentially fucking just took the kobold. Shiny bollock. Well, I would be surprised trying to see what they want. Ooh, okay. That was a second thought. Give them shiny. If I'm the kobold in question, right? When people give me shiny, I'll just steal them and sketches off. As a bold, or not as a bold, but as I am, right? I'm always very sneaky. I'm always very sneaky, and I usually just appears for a little bit and then gone, right? Even in, like, I know this because there were a few times where I joined Shiny Tiny Cock. Wow, we have a huge and a tiny cock now. Okay. Anyways, I joined Celeste via chat group again, right? For a few times, and there are a few times where I'm just remain silent. And then just sitting in place, watching them, not from, oh my god, that looks so cool. Not from afar, right? Not from afar, I'm just sort of like at a considerable distance. Not close, not far. And then just watching them doing their thing, right? And then no one knows that I'm there, even though I'm sitting close to people. And it's like, very interesting. I don't know, I like being sneaky. And then usually the reaction is like, oh, whoa, Tira, you here? It's like, yeah. Been here for a bit. It's like, whoa. Huge sailfish. Hi, Yo-Yo Way. What? Oh, fuck, there's no more shiny. No. Can I even get a... Oh my god, pink. Now you appear. Oh. Also hope Yo-Yo Boy is doing good. Welcome. It's a red, right? Oh! It's a red. Golden huge great white shark. Oh my god. Do the same thing? You're not alone? That's exactly me. Oh! Guess I'm not alone on this. Morning, Akko. Welcome. Barlock. I will drink. What am I reading? Inflate the cobble big and round Ortham? Isn't that the infamous diesel raccoon phrase? Cursed. I don't think I like to be an inflatable, but I love seeing one. Also, thanks for the 15 stream streak, Akko. Thank you. I mean, I love being shiny. You know, like some clothings and stuff. You know, a certain clothing that makes people shiny, right? I like those stuff. Whoa, what happened to the sky? Holy shit. Immediately went foggy. That was jank. Let's go to the desert area. Oh my god. We're gonna see how much we can sell for the fishes that we have. We are almost at level 90 though. Crazy, oh my goodness. I just need a 3-point turn for this. This is like 5-point turn, like yeah. Okay, there we go. Hello. $69? No, I feel like I'm so close to getting the 700k. 652k. I mean, even if I got the 700k, I kind of need to find the Shadow Merchant as well. Also, that's also why I didn't lock that golden huge great white shark, because I've won already. Let's drive the boat around again, see if we can get any pool that I can fish at. Oh, I'm stuck. Driving is hard. That's a pool. I don't know what it is though. That's another pool. Oh, that looks like Savannah Rift. Yeah, it's Savannah Rift. That one I couldn't really see what it is. Oh, I should get that for a bit. I have scraps. Oh, I have scrap metal. Sparkling pool again? Nice. So I can have more shiny fish? Give me shiny, babe. Thank you very much. No, I pressed wrong thing. What? Why are you detecting as my hand, huh? Oh. That's a lucky red. I also feel like if I stream at this time now, if I stream at an off-schedule stream like this, I feel like I'm gonna make people lose their watch streak. So that I'm also kind of worried. But I think I want to stream as much as I can. Because I want to. I love being here. It always makes me happy that... It always makes me happy when I stream. I mean, unless I'm playing Tekken, then that's a different story. Speaking of Tekken though, I kinda want to get back into playing Tekken 8 Sunday. Soon. I miss playing Tekken. It's been months. And I'm probably gonna get mad at the game again and not played it for months. And then come back to it after a few months because I want to play Tekken. It's a love-hate relationship I have with Tekken 8. Or Tekken in general. But I think most of the bad... Wait. Oh my god, Brekkie! Aren't you streaming? Hey. Thank you, Brekkie. Oh, Brekkie's doing good. I have a love-hate relationship with Tekken. But I think it's mostly love that I have for Tekken 8. It's funny too because honestly Tekken is what led me to streaming. Yeah, as weird as weird as that sounds, but yeah, Tekken is why I started streaming. Because I wanted to like also sort of my first thought when I first started my first stream ever is to sort of document or record my climb to higher ranks. But then back then I was not even that good, so I was stuck at yellow ranks and I was really bad at the game still, right? And eventually the more I stream Tekken, the more it's like, no, this is not the way. And then eventually I wanted to play different games, so I started streaming Killer Instinct, another fighting game, right? I wanted to be like just a fighting game streamer back then. And then now I'm just a fucking dragon on the screen that's doing fishing. time changes people, I swear to God. So yeah, I started playing Killing Instinct, and then I started playing Tekken 7. Like, I would switch between them and play based on what I want to play that day. Eventually, the more I stream, the more it's like, no, I feel like I want to play many different kind of games. So during that day, I found Them's Fighting Hearts. It's another fighting game. It's like, ooh, that's a really interesting fighting game. And I decided to do like, I used to stream at nighttime only. I used to stream at 11 p.m. until like 3 to 5 a.m. It was really not good for my health, right? Because I have to wake up early as well. It was an interesting day, an interesting start. But yeah, eventually I do like Monday Tekken, Wednesday is Them's Fighting Hearts, and then Friday is Killing Instinct. I still remember the schedule, it's wild. I was content with it for a bit. I was like, okay, this is kind of good. I get to play 3 different games on stream. It's like, and I kind of enjoy them all. I kind of enjoy them all. So it's like, it's a win in my book. And then the more I play, I starting to get more and more frustrated at Tekken 7 and also Killing Instinct with how toxic it is, right? I mean, obviously it's a fighting game. It's an online space. People gotta be toxic, right? Random people gotta be toxic. And then I started to lose my mind. I still remember I was shouting at my camera back then, like, holy shit. Oh yeah, I used a webcam to stream back then. So I started off as a facecam streamer, believe it or not. Crazy. I think some of my old clips still have my face on it. That was such a bad setup. I don't even know how to like, I don't even know how to deal with lighting, how to make the camera like detect my face better or something like that. It was wild. Ooh. I definitely learned a lot like when I first started streaming. I'm kind of glad that I stuck with this. I stuck with the streaming thing. And eventually I still kind of want to aim higher. People say don't look at the numbers, right? I haven't been really looking at my numbers. I just kind of do what I want and just be comfy on stream. And that's what I've been doing for the past 2 years actually. Because before I become a kobold, right, when I was like still the first scripted or dragon or facecam, I was really looking at the numbers. I was really like, I want this to be higher, what can I do, right? But I had like no idea what to do, so I pretty much just kind of, back then I would review my VOD. Your face. The coward face is staring. So back then I would review my VOD and I was like, okay, maybe I could yap a little bit more on this section. And also on some section I had to stay quiet or like just let people breathe and not yap too much. Stuff like that. But then it's also like a conundrum because on the stream, I'm gonna be so fucking real here, right? If like as a streamer or as a viewer that is browsing through different streams and stuff, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say 3 seconds, right? So 3 seconds is all you get when you're trying to make a first impression to a new viewer. So what that means is when people click into a new stream, what can they expect on that 3 second, right? They usually give 3 seconds, 5 seconds, and if they're like, ooh, hey, this is kind of interesting, they'll give you more time to like look at the stream a little bit, right? I think this is the reality of like streams and stuff, which is fair too, right? Like as a viewer, sometimes when I meet someone, when I'm trying to like browse some new viewers, I would, well, not 3 seconds, but I would like vibe check a little bit, you know what I mean? Because you can really check someone's vibe through their chatter, right? Their chat that's been going on. So I feel like this is kind of funny to say, but I feel like my chat is on a more quieter side, which is totally fine, and a more well-behaved one, right? Because sometimes I see someone else's chat and be like, oh my god, why are they yapping? Why are they saying such hurtful stuff? It happened, so it's like, whoa, holy shit, they just let it slide. I guess, you know. It is also at that point when I see other people stream have such interesting chat. I was like, I kind of don't want that to happen. And it is also around that time I feel like I shouldn't be worried about banning people, because I remember there was this very interesting viewer of mine that would say the heinous stuff. Like they would look at my face cam and be creepy about it. I was still using face cam back then. This is a very interesting experience, I would say. I don't know how. I actually don't know why would people say that to me though. I was so baffled. They were essentially saying something like, "Ooh, would you if you come to my house, I would do this and that to you. You know, I would bring you to bed and just do stuff." Because at first my thought was, oh, cool, they like me, so I should keep that viewer, right? Despite them being this weird. Because back then my mindset is to not lose any viewership, right? Any viewer is a viewer. Even if they're like being weird about it, they're still viewer. That's my mindset back then. And it was kind of bad, actually. And I was like, no, I like, don't be afraid to use the ban hammer. If people are being weird, if people are sort of like just misbehaving, ban that shit out of them. Like, just ban them. And it is after that first ban, I was like, hey, I lost a viewer. I feel sad. Right? I genuinely feel sad because like I was still very small. So I started as a nobody, absolutely nobody. Like not even my friends, not even my family watches my stuff. Like they don't watch these kind of stuff. Like they don't watch streams, they don't even know what streaming is. So I started at absolute zero. I had no friends to support me at the start of the journey. I had no family to support me from the start of the journey. I started with 0 viewers, which is honestly a lot of people does that, I would say. Right? Someone would be brave enough to be like, hey, friends, would you help me by like interact with my stream a little bit? Hey, I'm doing streaming. It would be nice if you could stop by, something like that, right? If people do that, it's like cool, you know. But to me, it's like my family don't even know what streaming is, and then my friends don't even know what streaming is. And then I tell them, it's like, oh, you go to Twitch, and then you go Twitch, you go to this profile, and then you can find me, and then you can see me play a game and stuff lah. It's like, oh, you do YouTube? I said, no. Not YouTube. You can interact with you can talk to me on stream 1 real time. Oh, YouTube, but real time lah. It's like, no, not YouTube. I was like, no, it's not YouTube, it's Twitch, it's 直播 live stream. And it was like, and then they were like, no, I don't know what that is, I watch YouTube only. And then I was like, oh yeah, I tried. And then my family side, my sister were all like not very, they don't operate, they don't really like use a PC. They're not like me, who is like chronically addicted to video games. You're pretty. Oh, hi Sarah. Oh my god. I'm just gonna yapping a lot of stuff here because it's nighttime, I'm fishing, and I don't know, I have little things that I want to yap sometimes. my family though, like my mom is like, oh, you can do this streaming thing, but I don't know what I do. I don't know what is that. But if you like it, then you do lo. If you think you're okay, then you do lo. My mom is like that, and it's like understandable. And I told my mom, hey, you could go to this website. You could go to this link. I gave them a link, and it'd be like, you can stop by, you can watch your son. I'm biologically male, by the way. You can watch your son yap on your screen, right? And then my mom is like, huh? Why I watch screen when you are here? It's like, no, mom, that's streaming. My mom is so precious. Oh my god. But now mom knows what streaming is. I mean, I've been here for 4 years. 4 years. Crazy. Also, hi Sarah. Hope you're doing good. I don't know if I said that actually. Still. Alright. My mom sometimes stop by my room to check on me, right? And then there were a point where after dad's passing, mom would, because mom doesn't want to stay alone, but everyone's working, so mom would stay in my room, and then I would yap this alien language in front of her. My mom doesn't know English as much, so that's why alien language to her. So there were at a point my mom would just like stay in my room, and then I'll just do my streams here. She's okay with this. She was very shy at first because she's afraid of like being heard, like her voice is being heard by someone else, so she will stay very quiet. Even now she will still stay quiet, but when I was like when I start talking to her in stream while I'm streaming, and then she feels comfortable enough and just talk to me normally. Tyrak, hi Bolt. Oh, hi Tyrak, welcome. Oh my god, Cobalt Trend. I'm usually a Cobalt, by the way. I just want to be a dragon when I'm in VR chat. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. That's cute, right? My mom is actually very precious, right? So yeah, my mom has been my mom has been pretty precious ever since my dad's passing about two years ago. Yeah. It's been a while. I'm also a VRC dragon there, relatable, right? Like this dragon model is just too good. Hey. I'm not obsessed. I'm only level 91. I'm not. One more point? Oh my god. Good enough. How's my frog friend doing? Nice. So I was yapping a lot about my journey as a streamer. I mean, I didn't really accomplish much. I didn't really accomplish much in the past 4 years, to be honest, but I'm just glad I can still keep doing this. And sometimes this makes me appreciate the things around me more. And of course, because of streams, I do strive to be a more decent human being, if that makes sense. It makes me feel more like I want to don't know how to say it. 好像我可以比较容易地去了解人家。That's Chinese, but no, wait, English is tough. Improvement. Improvement. That's a really good story, to be honest. Oh, thank you. I like sharing. I like sharing stuff like these from time to time. Yeah. I mean, especially when right now it's like nighttime, it's almost 12 a.m., but I'm still here. I usually don't stream at this time. I usually stream on 12, well, I would say 12:30 p.m. GMT plus 8 time, you know. So it's like afternoon. I stream in afternoon. It's just I kind of want to stream at Wednesday night after I work on Tuesday and Wednesday. I wonder if I have enough money for 700k. I get that. Thinking of getting into streaming for similar reasons as a hobby self-improvement thing, right? I think that's really cool, honestly. And of course, since God damn it, of course not this moon rate. Because I'm also from Malaysia, and there's honestly not a lot of Malaysian in my chat. Like not a lot of like 700k, not a lot of like Southeast Asian, but most of the chatters I have is like foreigners from US, UK, Germany, people from different places, and I'm allowed to like learn more about different cultures, learn more about different languages and stuff. That's really fucking cool, right? Like sometimes I can yap things in Malay and can just be like, sekarang ya, saya mau pergi. How do you say fish again? Fuck. Mancing. Oh yeah, memancing ikan, I think. Sekarang mau pergi memancing ikan. Tapi saya sudah ada 700,000. Yeah, 700,000 gold. Wang tunai, that's how you call money in general. Wang tunai, oh my god, I cannot believe I'm using that word. I'm not even using walau pakai mana pun for whatever reason. There's no need to use that word. Yeah, anyways, why am I here? I'm supposed to find the shadow merchant. The language is so cool. Yeah, Malaysia is like Malaysia has 3 main languages that we need to learn. So I'm Chinese. I'm Chinese, so it's compulsory to. I mean, Malaysia is compulsory to learn English, Chinese, and Malay. Malay is like the national language. Chinese because there's Chinese people here, Malay because there's Malay people here. I mean, of course, there's like Bahasa Iban, Nyonya, like a shit ton of sub-languages for like different languages here, like the rural area languages and shit. Yeah, it's crazy. But the 3 most important language we need to learn is Chinese, English, and Bahasa Malay. Malay, I'm not that good at Malay, to be honest. I don't know why Malay is not hard at all actually, but I just cannot learn it. It's hard. I wish I was smart enough to learn other languages. Learning other languages is hard. Especially when it comes to Chinese. Like, 哎呀，刚塞尔的华语真是难的要死，我跟你讲。有时候不是讲华语很难，华语很难啦，然后就是你想下一个华语字啊，一个华语字你要写最少都要有5个笔画啊，除非你写1、2、3呢，1、2、3的话就没有这样多笔画咯。5、6、7、8、9、05、6、7、8、9、0不是裂开去白切是有时候。So yeah, there's like different languages. different languages in Malaysia. So sometimes I feel like I'm quite blessed that I live in Malaysia. But then when it comes to like when it comes to interacting with my community IRL, there's no chance. Like, I'm in Malaysia, and then most of my chat are foreigners. Like, they're from like US, UK, Germany, stuff like that. It's like 1 day flight. Well, maybe not 1 day flight, but direct flight 22 hours, 22 hours, 20 hours. And then we don't talk about the right length. We talk about money. Money. It's gonna be insane. It doesn't help that money higher. It doesn't help that ringgit Malaysia, which is the currency that we use in Malaysia, is weak. It's small, right? So 1 USD is like 4.4 ringgit, and then one EU is about 5 ringgit, I think. Yeah, ringgit small. Chinese is awesome. Chinese is pretty awesome, honestly, but learning it is a huge pain. Let's all go to Malaysia. Ooh. I do live in a more rural area though, so there's probably not much to do other than just like some park, some tiny malls around. But one thing that I'm... Ooh, cursed cock. Nice. One thing that I feel like Miri is good at is the food. Like, the food here is... I think it's pretty good. There are some nice places here that I can get some really good food. Like, the place I go to every day, Summer Cafe or like Gorkop 9. So over there is like some really good food. I go there always to get my daily fill of 招菜粉干. Okay, 招菜粉干, pickled vegetable, and then a special kind of rice vermicelli soup. It's there's no English name for it. But that thing is amazing. Of course, many places sell the same thing, but that one particular place is my everyday go-to. It's so good. It's like sometimes sharing about things like this makes me feel kinda special too. What happened? Something is absolutely lagging my PC. Weird. Oh, it's gone now. Oh, the ad plays and then it lags my entire stream for some reason. What the fuck? God damn it, Twitch. You're hungry now? You're welcome. I'm also hungry too, and it's 11:33 PM here. Oh no. I should get midnight snack, but I can't. I'm too chunky. Oh yeah, I should probably mention this. Welcome in anyone that's new here. I'm usually a kobold. I can showcase my model for a bit. I have the model here on VRChat. It's not the best, but I did make it on my own, so at least I'm kind of proud of it. Why am I looking up like that? That's kind of scary.
Good girl, yep.
Oh. Evie, go sleep. Oh my god. Let me try get a mirror in. There's no mirror. That's the cobble. I can move my hands too, I think. Yeah. I make my own models. Oh my god, wait, I can just showcase my shit ass model that I made on the first time. My first ever attempt that is made 5 years ago. Oh shit. Wait, I can... Yeah, let me do this. This is gonna be cursed. Is it gonna still work? No way, right? Please don't crash the game. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh my god, it still works! Holy shit, this is stupid! Let's go! Here, where's my mirror? Oh my god, I look like shit, guys. Oh my god, I can move my hand! Holy shit! Whoa, this is... Meet... Meet the model I made 5 years ago. This is my first ever attempt. I can still move my hand. That's crazy. Holy shit. Well, hand with the biggest quotation mark. I messed up so hard. There's so many things that's wrong. Oh yeah, in case you guys don't know who this is, the Droxen is my first ever character that I've been referring myself to. I should show you some pictures of, well, Droxen. Give me a second. I think I have some here. Do I have it? I do actually. Oh, I have a picture from a Fern 2024. Oh, that's perfect. I'm not really showing all the wings here, but it's okay. So it's a character. Let me. Boop, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, there we go. That's me. That's me. So I mean, I still have him. It's behind. So yeah. That's rare. Thank you. I have... Oh my god, I have Droxen for Erling is son. 13 years. Oh my god, I'm fucking old. Oh my god, I have Droxen for 13 years. I got him from 2013. Very cool design. This is actually not my design, surprisingly. Or not surprisingly. This is made by Beast Cup. Beast Cup, I just sort of kind of fumbled my way into Beast Cup's artistic liberty costumes, and this is what she got. Beast Cup's amazing. So she made this, I didn't. Technically my first ever self-made character would be Linglong, my dragon. Right, so yeah. I love this guy though, holy shit. A broken horn though? Oof. Yeah. I miss suiting. I haven't suited for like, gosh, more than a year, I feel like. Shit. And too bad this one is like flipped back. I have a badge that I got from Pokélai on 2017 and I'm still using it that day. This is for 2024, a furry convention in Malaysia. Very, very nice. So yeah, that's the character. And this is there is an attempt. There is an attempt actually. So this is my first ever like attempt to, oh my god, what is that finger? A very first attempt to make this one. Badges flipping plagues us all. Even non-suitors. I know, right? I don't know why they would just like flip like that. Crazy. So yeah. I'm here to curse people with my old models. And then my second attempt, which will probably crash the game, I feel like. Please don't crash, please don't crash. Just... Oi! So, my second attempt. Interesting. So, this one, I tried to make a very simpler I try to go simple because I don't know how to make wings. So, I mean, I guess this one is fine, no? It's fine-ish. Yeah, it worked. I'm surprised because the wings are like they're all in individual feathers, so I think they removed the collision, which is nice. I actually put glider bombs on all of them, so back then whenever I use this model, it would crash everyone. It would actually just crash everyone, and I feel so terrible. Wings are hard. Exactly, wings are so fucking hard. But yeah, I guess they disabled the collision and everything, so that's nice. This one, I tried to go for a more cutesy style for this one. I guess it kind of worked. Oh yeah, one thing that I'm kind of proud of is the feet there. I know it's kind of weird for me to say that, but that cloven hoof, I actually really love cloven hoof. That look amazing. Yeah, cloven hoof looks amazing, honestly. Sorry, I like that. Right, some part that is actually not bad. I would say the body proportion is nice, except for the fucking wings. They suck. I could have done better. The face is really good. I feel like the face could be much better. Yeah, the feet is really good. Body proportion is actually not bad. This one, I made all of this from scratch, by the way, with ZBrush, and then ordered it to Blender to do the UV unwrapping, and then also the UV unwrapping, and also weight paint bones and everything there. Alright, so yeah, I do texturing on Substance Painter, but I should change to Quixel. Quixel is free, similar to Substance as well, so Adobe sucks anyway. And I actually have my third attempt, so this is Linglong, my first attempt to make my own character. This is kind of cursed, but I hope this one doesn't like crash as well. But this one is very bright. Is it going to be very bright? I accidentally upped everything on like luminosity and everything, so... Okay, hi Roxas. You're not bright! Wow, how are you not bright? Holy shit. Wow, why are you standing like that? Woman pretty. I could have done so much better with this one. But something I really like it is... Oh, the beans actually work crazy. Oh, so no ring finger, and that's the thumb is somehow not working. But yeah, this is... I think the beans on this model is actually like okay, not bad, right? This is how I got the inspiration for my current Cobalt model, kind of, right? And then I actually wanted to, you see that like red diamond on my forehead? I want to make like my characters to have them, because I have a chest, like my Droxen chest fur has a diamond on it. I kind of want to just like, my character wants to have them, but eventually I kind of scrapped that idea. I could have poured my newest dragon model here, but meh. And then I didn't play VRChat for a long time. I started to just use VC Face for my different models, and this is my newest model, the Cobalt, who is very small. My canon height for the Cobalt is 75 cm. Don't worry about it. I like being small. So yeah, this is my Cobalt. See that? The Bappers is that inspiration. And I really like the Bappers. This model took months to make because I was really slow. Months of like, not daily, but oh, that was almost daily actually, like 2 years ago. Yoink sized, yeah. I'm glad to be able to share my models like this, but I also want to show my dragon model, like my latest one, how would I show it? This one is okay. Right, give me a second. Let me just enable this one and then boom. This is my newest dragon model. I could actually port this into VR chat, but I didn't. I learned, wow, I actually learned so much. After looking at this, I learned the thigh proportions and stuff, like shin, legs, toe, right? The hands could be better though. The hands are actually way too big, but I didn't realize that. I haven't added the bells yet. Getting yoinked, yeah. The proportion is actually wrong here, but because I was just spending like half an hour just trying to get this picture rendered in a stream, so I didn't really look into it too much with the proportion difference back then. This is when I first finished this model and I just want to render a random picture. And this is what I got, right? This is what I got. I actually really like this model because I learned so much with like the materials and stuff, and now I have like half gold, half silver, golden mane, golden everything, and then golden snoot collar. Actually, I don't know what it is, but noodle and this, right? And then the raptor toe. This is I enjoy making this, right? I actually enjoy making the models. Speaking of, I should probably do art someday, but it's been months I haven't done with Zeus model. Oh my god, I still need to finish Zeus's model. I still need to do head sculpture for Nexus and legs. I haven't forgotten. I will never forget that. I will do that someday, I promise. I will. But for now though, Gilded pink lemonade Derg. Oh, pink lemonade Derg. Gilded pink lemonade Derg. That's kind of cool. So yeah, that's kind of my model showcase for a little bit. Don't know when it led to that. Oh yeah, I just wanted to show my kobold for a little bit. Right, of course. No, Zeus Pop, the very cool dog. But I still want to be a dragon for now. I couldn't show what model I have. I couldn't show what avatar I have. I don't get banned. There, okay, we good. I cannot show it. I have some sus models in there I just couldn't show. Alright, back to being a dragon. How would I be able to find the Shadow Merchant anywhere? It's gonna be tough, no? Hope you guys enjoyed my little bit of a character showcase there. I sometimes use my snake model. I sometimes my snake model when I do art because snake is like the calm and chill one. Kisses to a kobold. Oh. I like dragon kisses. Scrap. Seems to be asleep. Okay. Not working. Yell at it. It's not working. Shake it. It's not working. I mean, this is a fishing game. Avatars that legally do not exist. Guess not. Yeah. Dragon Kiss? I like Dragon Kiss. Like, I may be a Dark Bolt or I look like a dragon now, but I'm a kobold at heart. They've been Yamcha'd? Oh my god, I didn't realize that's the pose. Holy shit. I'm surprised I didn't go for the Peter Griffin. death pose, but I think that's like overrated. We need more Yamcha death pose, it's funnier. Should I get the Rod of the Pharaoh instead? What do you do? 750k. You minus 10 attraction rate, I hate it. I want to get the rune steel. How do I find the Shadow Merchant? God damn it. You could. It definitely wasn't stolen for a tomb. Yeah, it wasn't. Oh my god, wait, that's Hope's emote. Gosh, at some day I'm gonna be able to like stay awake until 3 AM and then watch Hope stream at least once. I want to stop by her stream at least once. She's amazing. Oh yeah, okay, Gamba. Being Yamcha is supposed to be a life specialty. No, wait, no, don't get Yamcha'd. Oh, I'll take it. Okay, another reroll. I don't want XP actually. I ended up here from Hope's stream. Oh! Someone used their emotes and misread Taurak as Tyrak and was very confused, right? I saw your name, it's... Ooh, that's very similar. My name Tiora. But because the emote is like... The emote will retain the first 6 letters of your channel name. It became Tiorak. We twinsies, oh my god. We're heckin' twin. Heck yeah. God damn it. Oh! Yo, potion! I can drink! I wanna drink potion. Potion delicious. Boost your attraction rate for 30 minutes. Oh my god. I would drink it for it being delicious and shiny juice, but I will refrain from doing that because potions are very rare. I still need to find the Shadow Merchant. God damn it. If there's a Yamcha post for VRC or install on my avatar, I would love that too. What our potion tastes like, right? It's not just me, right? I want to eat the potions because every potion tastes different. But there's one thing that it tastes the same, is that they're delicious. They have very different side effects though, so I don't recommend eating all the potions. What if the Shadow Merchant is here? Let's walk around this place a little bit. Am I too cobalt coded? Probably. Can you is it possible to be too much of a cobalt? I don't think so. Oh my god, where is this? Hello. Ooh, what is this place? Hi. There are no undelicious potions, that is true. I know, right? Potion that turns you into a rubber dragon. Ooh, right? I've been talking about this. Science, right? Science. Like, come on. Invent a potion that allows me to become a kobold. I would drink that in a heartbeat. I would be the test rat. Just let me drink it to become a kobold. I want to be a kobold, holy shit. Yeah. What is this place? On paper? We're here on behalf of the Sunleaf Archaeological Division. But if you ask me, we're meddling in something much bigger than Sunleaf cares to realize. Okay. Do you like snakes? Very funny, kid. What? It's a genuine question. How can I help? It's hard work out here in this desert. It makes me miss the days when it's sent me to Tanglewood. You know what? I could really go for a gator sandwich. Do you think I kept up with that? Gator? Gator what now? Shrine of Ozamis. You fuck. You really want that fucking sandwich, don't you? I'm a dragon, I'll fucking bite your head off, but I won't. What the heck, scientists? Get it together? I know, right? Invent a potion that allows us to transform. People say TF potions, right? I cannot get into the pyramid, right? Tyrak. Hi again, me. Wait. Oh. Mead introduced me to hope. Well, the Shadow Merchant is probably not on this desired. So if that stupid person wants a alligator sandwich, am I supposed to catch an alligator for him? I mean, I'm in this game and I only know how to fish. There's not much else that I can do. It's not like I can make a fucking sandwich out of nowhere. And I introduced Tyrak to you by using your emotes. Haha, that was you. They don't find my doppelganger actually, which is cool now. Yeah! Doppelgangers are cool. And actually writing your name is Tyrak. 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 We're twinsies, we're besties now. Making personal, I think that makes me the doppelganger. Do I though? I don't know. Tiora, I made Tiora about 2 years ago. So, well, technically Tiora came out of nowhere. She doesn't hatch from an egg. She just sort of appears out of nowhere. 2 years ago. Make peace, not war. Hey. Gonna go shower? Have good shower, me. What can I find? I don't think there's a way to find a Shadow Merchant, or is there? I want to get that Rune Steel Rod. I feel like if I don't get that, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm gonna be like in my sleep and I'll just like mumble. I'm just gonna keep mumbling about Rune Steel, Rune Steel, Rune Steel, Rune Steel. Oh. Rune Steel. I didn't get Rune Steel. I will cry to sleep tonight. I think you should stumble upon them. Yeah, there's not really like a way to like find them. Is there? Ooh, I jumped the wrong way. Hi, yeah, I don't want to drown. First known footage of Tiara. Yeah, I just appeared out of nowhere and started bongoing. Exactly. Tanglewood reminds me of Phasmophobia that I played many years ago. Heard the game has a lot of updates already. Nice. Oh my god, I fished my cousin Triple Dot. The analog horror bold. Are you here? Where are you? Are you friendly? Are you friendly, ghost? Wait, wrong game. Oops. Wait, is this like the... This could be like a reference to Tanglewood from Phasmophobia, would it? Are you friendly? Are you French? InSim Watcher, I think? Oh my god. Hello, InSim Watcher. I love InSim's videos. The Tanglewood house got updated and a lot of things in the updated house look similar to how my grandma's house actually was. That's kind of scary. No? There is a Dark Forest from Valheim. Ooh, I haven't played Valheim in a long time actually. I kind of stopped playing it because I already met the dragon in the game and it's like, I don't know if I want to continue playing it because there's no more dragon. Are you furry? Also works in Phasmo? And this picture who plays Phasmo knows. Are you French? Really? Oh. I didn't know about that. I knew it from InSim. InSim is a horror game YouTuber and streamer. I don't know why I'm promoting him like that, but hey, I enjoy watching his content. It's so popular that it gets referenced in other games. Oh my god, that's so good. Are you French? I mean, I also heard about how many pickles can you fit on your butt, and that works in Phasmo. How many pickles can you fit on your butt? It's so funny. This one is spooky? Yeah. Also, the ambience noise is a little bit too much here. A little bit. The same beige carpet, the same old 1980s era Ford LTD car with the sealed beam highlights that my grandma had. The same hobby sewing knitting room. It's eerily similar then, no? I would freak out a little bit. 510. I'm sorry? That's an ambitious goal. Oh my god. 510 pickles up your butt. Wow. Hey, if they enjoy it, I'm not even gonna judge. I like foggy bog first feeling of this map. You're lucky because currently it's foggy. Let's fish that stupid alligator for that stupid person. I don't even know their name. Twill, why you... That's not my hen. The house layout is still completely different. How did you die? 511. Oh no. Wait, why is it 511? I actually don't get that. The kitchen is more brown tone to it versus my current. Kevin. Nice and easy. Giant Garil. Versus my grandma's actual kitchen. It has some olive drab and avocado greens to it. Oh. Don't worry about it? Okay, I won't worry about it. Also, the basement and bathrooms are completely different. Okay, at least that's not too like eerily see. Oh my god, why am I getting this? I just need an alligator. What's alligator color actually? I don't remember. Is an alligator like yellow? Ooh. This is my least favorite fish because it makes me feel icky with that many fish, that many eyes. A little bit of trypophobia, I would say. Me, I don't like it. Me. Am I getting? Oh my god, getting head pets. Too many eyes, yeah. Ooh, and Dusty too? Heck yeah. Dusty is always so thick whenever I raided him. Holographic frog. Oh, I'm keeping this. Oh my god, it's a holographic frog. What if that's crazy frog? What if this guy suddenly goes like bing bing ding 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 ding? Dusty's powerful. Dusty is very fucking powerful. Now the Tangled update is the now infamous 1950-60 era ranch style house. My current was a 1940 Cape Cod style house. Wow, I never really learned that much about like different styled houses and stuff. It's kind of cool actually learning about them and hearing about them. Right? Here comes the crazy frog. Ding 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 ding. Oi oi oi. Yeah, I hate that. It's interesting, I know, right? I don't like that fish. But I have to fish that alligator. Tiny frog? Oh my god, frog friend. Very crunchy. And what? I would love to make a map and recreate a lot of these things from memory. Ooh, wow. A map for what? He's so small. And crunchy too. Huh? No, I'm not gonna eat a frog. No. Would I though? I probably would. Oh, stinky motorbike. It's 12 AM. Stop revving on engine in a residential area, dum dum. Trying to make it for VRC or something. Ooh, okay. Also to make a more urban setting map too. I feel like I wouldn't. I feel like I would not have the patience to make a map. It's so difficult. It's also part of the reason why I have so much respect for this map right now. Crazy frog. I was crazy once. I love that game. And I love the fusion version of Plants vs Zombie. I'm lucky too because that version only has a Chinese version to it. Plants vs Zombie Fusion, I think it's what it's called. So many turtle but not alligator. Maybe this could be it, unless I got a giant Gallial again. Tiny American alligator. Okay, well, perfect for making a sandwich, I think. I wonder if this is what he wants. Let's get back to the sand area. Yeah, this definitely feels like like a Tanglewood reference, no? I feel like I've seen this map once in Phasmophobia, when Insym played that. But then again, I never really watched Insym plays Phasmo because not interested a little bit. Oh, I don't want to spoil myself too much as well. I do intend to revisit Phasmo someday, but I'm too much of a pussy to play horror game. I'm too scared. I'm too scared. Like a Brooklyn brownstone house in some of my own apartments I lived in. Oh. I have a sneaking suspicion about this tower is that it's probably gonna need all gems before I can activate that. Celestial Katan. I don't like playing horror games with friends, otherwise I'm too scared. Oh my god, family. I feel like I'm so fucked up because I love horror games, but I'm too scared to play horror games. Like I played a few actually, but it took me a while to finish them because I'm too scared, and then I'm moving like a fucking sloth because I'm so scared. Timber. It's up Timber. Hi Jameson. I finished Alien Isolation, it's fucking amazing. I finished Song of Horror. I finished Resident Evil 7. Did not finish Resident Evil 8. Don't know why. Kinda just stopped playing it. Especially your friends, if one of your friends actually know what they're doing. Yeah. I would consider Lethal Company and Repo as horror game, but they're like the janky horror game, like the funny ones, so maybe less of that. Wait. I've been spoiled even though that didn't it's not aligned to my dragon avatar. I'm the same way for you, so I watch a lot of horror streamers. Valid. Is that the sand area? Oh yeah, that is. I have way too many hours in Phasmo. I haven't played Phasmo in 3 years, I think. 3 years? 2 years? 3 years? Probably 3 years, I feel like. Oh, you're a shithead. You want a sandwich? I have the alligator. You can make a sandwich on your own. I brought you some gator. You know what? You're alright, kid. I guess I could let you take a look around. Just don't touch anything. Most of this stuff belongs in the museum. Hey! You belong in the museum. You belong in the museum. You belong in the museum. Whoa, shiny. Mine now. Hi. Hey, are you like the delivery man? Where do I sign? Delivery? Yeah, we ordered a new video game console. We've been pretty excited about it. I hope it gets here soon. You can play with us when it gets here. Oh, that's really nice of you. Who is that guy? Odamis has been asleep for 300 years. That's way before the Great Splash. He might have an idea as to what happened back then and maybe has some ancient knowledge. Honestly, we don't even know how he's alive. No one has ever lived that long before. It's such an interesting mystery. I've been sent from the Sunleaf Research Wing to investigate. It's actually a pretty sweet gig. Gig? Now all I have to do is wait for him to regain his memories and keep it safe in here. Be careful around here, we have lots of valuables laying around. Why delivery? What? Hi Blizzy. Welcome. Well, As long as it keeps him inside, I get to play with all this cool stuff too, so it's kinda nice to be here. Valid. Messy place. Yeah, it's getting a bit messy in here. We've kinda just been gaming and snacking all week. You slacking and while working? I'm not too sure what to throw away though. A lot of the stuff in here is super rare and expensive. Fair. Most of the stuff in here is from before the calamity. It costs a fortune. Fair. Wait, so isn't the tomb exploration? It's a mummy babysitting site? Looks like it. Oh, you're just running away now. You want to talk to me? No. Hi, how can I help you? It's a mummy babysitting site. How are you? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm a little bit sleepy because it's already midnight, but kind of want to fish for a little bit longer. That's kind of adorable. I know. A cute idea too. What is this place? This is my home. No. I've been using my gold to get some nice decorations and plenty of snacks. Martha over here takes care of me, so I'm pretty comfy in here. Nice. Love your VSC avatar. Thank you. It's the dragon avatar that Neff made. Nefertiti, I think? Amazing dragon avatar. Feels good to be awake? What's that big altar? I don't really know. It was there when I woke up. It doesn't do much to be honest, but I like it. It's like a little wabi-sabi stuff. Nefertiti? Oh yeah, thank you, Argishrock. I feel I'm butchering everyone's name here. Who are you? I honestly I don't remember at all. I've been asleep for 300 years according to Martha. She says it's normal not to remember much after such a long time sleeping. I hope I get my memories back soon. Hey, me too. You want to fish? What? Whoa, can I fish here? Probably not. Oh, I can interact with this. You have nothing to offer the shrine. Oh, what? I was wrong. So the gem is for this one. Holy shit, I thought the gem is for the huge demon tower. Of course, the classic fish plushie. A secret plot? I could use my money to buy the blue gem, but I want a rune steel rod. That gem is 250k money. I will focus on finding the shadow merchant now. And then tomorrow when I wake up, I'm gonna keep fishing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. My next stream is going to be more fishing. Holy fucking shit. I cannot believe it. Wow. I'm gonna keep fishing. Oh my god. I'm not obsessed, you are. Crazy. I wonder if they'll be at the caltrops. I mean, these are the caltrops now. Maybe the Shadow Merchant could be there. It's not at the lighthouse, it's not at Tristan Isle, as far as I know. It's not at Tanglewood, as far as I know. It's not really at the sand area. So how do we check this? I guess you do a 360 around, we do a circle around these caltrops. It's definitely interesting to see Terra because I only saw the Cobalt avatar where you're not streaming VRC, and when I saw it during the VRC meetup the one time, yeah. I usually use my own model during the meetup, which is the model that I showcased just now, but when I found out about this model, I just be like, I need to use this one. It's so good. It's so good, it's insane. Regrettably, I must lurk now. Work time? Nice to meet you, Tiara. Good luck fishing. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, bestie. Or Tiarak. Tyrak. Thanks for hanging around, and good luck with work. I will good luck fishing. Can I fit through this? Sure I can. Did I unlock anything? Probably not. What is... Why do you look like this? Weird. Of course, thanks for sharing your avatars and stories about Malaysia. That's so cool. Oh, thank you. I'm playing True. Oh my god. We just met though. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. That's... Thank you. Still wish you good luck with work. Yeah, that's an old alert, and I still don't want to change it. But I should probably nerf the sound a little bit, since my stream is mostly chill. Mostly quiet chill, my stream, I would say. Very good. I love that too. It's funny, I don't know. I like it. I really love the Let's Fucking Go meme about like a few years ago, I think. Yeah. I'm glad you haven't seen my raid alert yet. But it's a secret. You will know about it soon, I think. Have a good luck, thank you. Good luck with work again. Can I? Nope. Thanks for having and the chin scratch and the boop. Oh my god, thank you. God damn it, how can I find the Shadow Merchant? Dre them who? Hi, welcome. It should be very obvious if I were to stumble upon that guy. No? I mean, all I know about that Shadow Merchant is that from afar I can see that stinky aura. What? How the heck is that a hype train? What? Oh yeah, Chatter. Shit. So I think hype train works as like a value now instead of like a hard requirement of like 3 different people subbing at the same within a minute. I think they changed it. It's kind of weird how hype train just happens randomly sometimes. It could be around Coconut Bay. We never know. What if it's in like the starting area? I should be able to see their stinky aura. I would actually love to fish with Celeste someday. Out of nowhere, but oh yeah, we already did that. It's not here. It's not the Coconut Bay. It's not at the lighthouse. I don't know where it could be. Moon Rain? Oh, now? Okay, fine. Gonna go find a place to fish real quick then. Any pool? Well, that's a pool. I don't think it's a Tanglewood. But then again, I don't think I'm thorough enough to confirm that they're not there. Right, here we go, Moon Rain. There. Give me something cool. Give me something that's worth a lot of money. Lots of shiny. That's pretty good. I like that one too. It looks like a dragon. Completely forgot about this. Yeah. Abyssal serpentfish? Crazy. You got a red again. Kobo loves lots of shinies, always. Never enough. Check. There's never enough shiny. Oh my god, it's sunfish and it's huge. Isn't sunfish like huge on its own already? Oh. Oh. I'll just fish here for a bit. I don't think I've seen any pool now. And then the biggest sunfish I ever seen personally is about the size of your hand. Oh. Very pretty fish though. They can look funny for me in this game. Sunfish look funny. Honey butt. Come on, there's still moon rain. Oh. I kinda missed quite a bit of it. Oh. Oh. Back to finding it we go. We go Tanglewood. Let's go to the church area. Maybe it's there. I mean, I haven't searched the church area yet. The church area. Oh. Oh, I thought that's a scrap. Hey. Hide? Don't do that. Is there a jump scare going on? I'm running away. I'm not gonna do that now. Maybe I'll do that on the next stream when I wake up tomorrow. And now it's like almost EP time. I don't want to get scared. I guess now you can kind of confirm that the Shadow Merchant is not here. 169. Very nice. I have a few of Neff's avatar myself. It's so good. Amazing dragon. Gosh, I cannot find it. Probably not entangled with her Spyro avatar. I don't think I've seen her Spyro avatar. I've seen the Dova Brodian reskin a lot. I cannot get up there. I guess we can try going to the Crescent Isle. It's like the nightmare that I don't want to go. Oh yeah, what if it's at the enchantment area? Let's go to the enchantment area real quick. Yeah, Dova Brodian reskin. Dova Brodian in general is just such an amazing avatar. Holy shit. It's so amazing, it's so well made. It might sound like I'm glazing the model, but I am, right? I can't lie, I cannot lie. Hmm. 1360 around this place? Don't think it's here. Oh, Crescent Isle it is then. Let's check in here first. Oh, scrap. That's for Gemba. Descend, but I need a helmet. Which I'm not too sure where I can get the helmet. I guess we start from here. I'm pretty sure I can just see its stinky aura from afar. I'm thinking, what if it spawned at a place where that I don't have access to? Wait, that could be it too, no? Because for the index, there's like this place that I've never seen before. What if it spawned in this area, which I don't even know where it is? There's also another question mark here, so... Oh. I don't see... I don't see a stinky aura. Hi, Ion. Welcome. Look at it, mouse dancing. Hope you're doing good. Is there even a portal? When the portal was found and opened, we sent an expedition of 5 people in there. I'm not even sure the portal still works, so it was destroyed. Where is even the portal? Nice frame. It could be that the Shadow Merchant is spawned at somewhere that I don't have access to. I want the rune steel. Oh. How about this? I'm going to create a new instance and see if I can stumble upon the Shadow Man. Damn, let's make a new instance. Oh my god. I'm the luckiest bolt ever. Give me that rune steel. Look at this thing. I want it. Are you sure? Yeah. Pretty sure? Yeah. Thank you. you. Luck plus 25, attraction rate plus 20, big catch rate plus 10. Oh, Cerberus. I guess I'll buy it. Well, what can I get for you today? I bought all your things. What do you want? You have nothing for me anymore, huh? Well, I bought your rune steel rod. Finally. Whoa, that looks crazy. Wait, let me check the stats of this. So, of course I'm gonna be using the rune steel, right? I'm gonna look at luck, attraction rate, and big catch rate. Luck, attraction rate, no big catch rate. Attraction rate is plus, right? Yeah, plus 10% more. Less expertise, I think? Expertise, oh my god, that's a lot less expertise than strength. Is that even good?
Oh my god, I can't stop simping.
I see dragon, I must sim. More big catch rate, more attraction rate, a lot less expertise. I wonder what expertise and strength does. The same amount of luck. I'll keep it like this. I don't want to lose too much stats. Oh my god, that looks so cool. Oh, yeah, it's like floaty stuff. Oh my god. Let's enchant this one. I can sleep happy now. And then tomorrow we're gonna probably uncover some secrets. Zebra tiny European anglerfish. That's a mouthful. We got it. We got the... I wouldn't say that's the best rod. I have no idea. The best rod would be very subjective for everyone. Am I cool right now? Don't talk to me unless you're like 100% cooler. Why are you so mean? I don't mean just based on way cooler than you are. Fair enough. I don't give autographs. Why are you so mean? That's really mean of you to say I'm mean. You might be cooler than I thought. What? Gosh, that Roscoe guy's like totally lame. Where's me? I'm just better, faster, stronger, cooler, and more badass than anyone around here. Takes talent to be this to be this confident, honestly. You pretty. I'm just a little bold though. Okay, let's see. I'm probably gonna call it a day soon. Because it's like, it's almost 1 AM. Yeah. Moo? Hi Lexi. Welcome. Yeah, let's go enchant the new rod. Let's get on my Liu. Arrive at the worst moment again? No, don't say that. It's not the worst moment. At least you're here. I'm still gonna be here for a little bit longer because I'm still gonna enchant my rod and stuff, and I'll probably yap a little bit. I do have a bunch of broken like relic piece. Yeah, I have a bunch of relic piece, but if I want, I guess I could use some of my mossy relic. Why not? It's time. to enchant my rod. 43? I guess I can spam for a little bit. Yeah. Expert. Expertise plus 10. No. Gonna hold back the dumb jokes. Oh, that sucked. I know what that does. Is it the enchanting rod? Big catch boost. So plus 10? Yeah, plus 10 is kinda weak. It is green, understandable. Yeah. Yeah. I saw red. There's red. Come on, there's a chance. Come on, you could just stop that dead asshole. Oh. This game bully. Do you want me to say that your rod is really enchanting? Ooh, wow. I'm back from shower. Hey, welcome back, meat. Hope shower was nice. Impatient? Could be good, this one. Luck minus 30 and attraction rate plus 30. I mean, huge attraction rate, but I don't like the minus luck part. No, I don't wanna. I have 33 relic piece left, so it's fine. Let's keep rolling. Gonna get the best enchantment. Wait. Come on, give me something good. This game sucks. I take it back. This game is so fucking amazing. Rain lava. So only happens on rain? Inactive. Stat bonuses are only active in rain/storms. Oh. Making nuggets with fries and broccoli? Yo, oh my god. With fries and broccoli? Ooh, and nuggets? Oh, I want. I'm so hungry. They keep rolling away the cool ones and they just gave me the green one always. With sweet and sour sauce? Ooh. Unstable. Luck plus 10, strength and expertise minus 10, 1.5 times mutation chance. When I grow, I want to be a nuggie? Huh? I mean, I'm not gonna judge. What do you mean people eat nuggies? It's a nugget. It's usually a chicken nugget, no? Chicken nugget? Oh, I love chicken nugget. 22 left. Oh. It's student. That's a new one. Expertise plus 5 plus 12% bonus XP on catch. Oh. Nope, I don't wanna. gas. No, don't die. Wait. Bad. No. Dying bad. No. Making a joke about poor foresight? Poor foresight? Cool. Pocket watcher? Something I've never seen before. Earn 5% of fish value on catch. Oh, a fast way to earn money. More like 4 foresight. 4? Oh my god. Let's do 4 more times. No way, but this one is shit. You add 50k for what? 150k? For what? We catch rate plus 10. I'm already at like the biggest fish with a modifier I got is fucking 174k. But that's with modifier. This is the biggest I got, 174k. I'm so hungry. I can't wait for these nuggies, even though they're just the cheap store-bought ones. Hey, nuggies, nuggy. I love any nuggy. Nuggy good. Cannot believe I'm gonna re-roll this one. Here's theory of a notoriously big rod. My notoriously big rod. It's okay, don't be jealous. You can have one too someday. Combo is daring again. I will be a Derek in VR chat. You should eat something if you need to, Tiara. Gonna take care of yourself? I will. Thank you, Mead. I'll probably eat a little bit of things before I sleep. Just a little bit. Don't want to eat too much that my heart would just pound. Those shares are already passed. Eat these? What eat these? Oh. Oh, you could just stop at that one. Oh, great. Strength expertise. No. I want something to do with attraction rate. Tubby chaser?你他妈给张红，妈的，真的是你这给我这样的东西，大马香过去了哦。Oh, I have 2 more old relic piece. You want an attractive run, I see? Of course, it's very important. We all know you chase tubbies. I don't know what tubby is. Oh, mossy relic it is. I mean, what can I do? More fat people? Well, I chase dragons. Fat dragons, small dragons, big dragons, any dragon, honestly. Unless a dragon gave me a reason not to chase them, then I won't. Oh, this one might be good. Oh, wow. 10, 10, 10, attraction rate 10. So... Good dragons, bad dragons. Hey, bad dragons are nice. Hey. I wanna... I feel... Oh. 10 mossy relic. I mean, when worst comes to worst, I'll use my powerful relic. I mean, this is a 700k round. I want something cool. Maybe a red if I can. Demon Hunter? Strength plus 10. 15% chance to convert fish to cursed. Ooh. Cursed, wait. Essentially, if a cursed fish is pretty much... It's pretty much... 3 times the original amount of money, I think, for a fish. I'm re-rolling it. Actually, I kind of want to see what other enchantment they are. I see Tira's booty from this angle. It's normal now. I mean, if I look up. Big booty? Oh. Damn, Walker. Colony blocked it. Good job, good job. This is a family friendly stream. We don't fucking look at booty here. I'm so family friendly, it's crazy. I definitely don't talk about latex or collar or pet. Yeah, I don't do that. No. This is a family friendly stream. We don't talk about the kobold getting absolutely read by multiple dragons. Yeah, we don't do that here. I can always get back those relics. Not to... Oh! 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 This might be extremely good. Speed Demon. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! This is so good. I might scream. Oh my god! And 5% chance to convert fish to cursed. Oh! Oh! Instant? Oh my god! Instant is wild! Oh my god! It's actually just instant! This is wild! And I got a negative tiny cock! Wow! Holy shit! No fucking way, there's no wait time. Oh my god, there's no downtime. This is stupid. I love it. Instant. I can just click it immediately. I cannot believe I actually rolled that. Oh. Having the ability to have an instant bite is insane. Hey. You have to try that run out on you. I did. Does it kind of speed in the game? Is this what being in the game feels like? Probably. But no. This is far from over, I believe. So there's still another rod that is 750k. And then there's also a luxury speedboat for 1 million money. And after that, there's still like a bunch of side quests that we can do, I'm pretty sure. We can slowly do them. The 5% chance to convert any fish to cursed is insane actually. I mean sure 5% is not a lot, but I'm gonna fish so much here, it's gonna be insane. Because essentially a cursed fish, you can just like make it become blessed in Tanglewood Church. And then the cursed fish will become blessed. And I believe blessed is 3 times the base money of that fish, so yeah, it's it's a lot of manta ray. I suddenly feel like earning money is not that hard now. Oh, I'm gonna level so fast as well. There we go. Cursed tiny herring. Is there a better place to fish? I don't know what is better. Essentially, but they are like randomly spawn areas or pools that has like a higher chance to give a fish a modifier. Like, oh, that one. Let's go there and see. Okay, let's see. Does it say ionized fissure? Yeah. Ionized fissure, so this is going to be radioactive fishes? Yeah. Radioactive. Alright, bring up my OP fishing rod. There, radioactive fishes here. So it's not guaranteed, but chances are high that I'm gonna get a radioactive fish here. But what does that modifier do? I have no idea, to be honest. Radioactive huge leather wallet. Fish and chips? Sounds good. Getting those relic pieces back now. This is so fast. I found a cursed huge cock. Wonder what's so cursed about a huge cock? Radioactive but other relics, but other lyrics. I'm waking up fishing my boat. Enough to make these fishes blow, saving for a new boat. Shit, I never really like hear lots of music. Cursed. Oh my god, this is such a moneymaker. That's gonna cost a lot. Okay, here's the plan before I end the stream. I'm gonna go to the church, blast that huge giant squid, and sell that one only and see how much it costs. The Breen dancing emote is also so good. More cursed? Oh, hell yeah! That's pink. No, this is red. It's so easy. Huge giant squid. Right. Great white shark. You got great white shark, crazy. So, alright, let's head to Tanglewood. For a new boat. I mean, essentially getting that luxury speedboat is going to be our end goal, I feel like. I mean, 1 million money. Oh wait, no, where's the... Oh wait, that is Tanglewood, oh my god. Oh, sorry, that's kinda loud. I should not be doing that. Did you crash your boat into the dock? From them for not having lighthouse? Oh, there's a cooldown on fish meat. There's a 69-second cooldown for fish. Poor fish has been purified. One of them's a huge giant squid. Right, let's see how much that one costs. It's gonna be at least 10k, I'm pretty sure. What is safe space? It's essentially a place where I feel safe for myself and also create a safe space for people. Like people with different identities, right? Especially the LGBTQ plus space. And I kind of want to make them feel welcome. This one. Oh! One blessed huge giant squid costs 38k. Ooh, that speed demon's really fucking good. Welcome environment and the like. Where like-minded folk are free to be themselves. Oh yeah. Place where folks can feel welcome, usually for minority groups such as the LGBTQ plus community. Yeah, I think for me, I'm sort of like kind of focusing on the LGBTQ plus community because I'm the, since I identify as trans myself. So yeah. Level 94 in just 5 days. I feel I'm too obsessed, but I cannot help it. Okay, I think that's probably it. I'll probably figure out what this is in the future. Maybe even tomorrow, I guess. So curious, but I have to sleep. It's 1 AM. It's 1:18. You might be able to raid Hope soon if you want. Ooh. Wait. She's standing up? Yo, wait a minute. I feel kinda shy though raiding Hope. Wait, what's the question again? Are you normally not welcome? No. Actually, no. Around here, Wait, no, wait, yeah. Oh, I think that question is more like, in general, it's not here. I mean, over here is like I call the shots, so. But because I'm living. I mean, the place I'm living is pretty much like, it's best not to mention about LGBTQ plus stuff. So yeah. Doing it's her partner anniversary. Oh my god, okay. For that, I'll wait for her for a bit. I know she didn't see. Oh my god. Times people in our predicament get a ton of hate. Discrimination? Yeah. Why? Huh? You will ask why on that? Or don't feel safe to be ourselves? People just yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure if you were to check around Twitter, the amount of blind hatred towards people just being comfortable with themselves and their gender identities and stuff is, to say the least, baffling. So, yeah. Yeah, coupled with extreme misinformation. It's crazy, actually. Shake the booty? No. So since we're waiting for Hope, why don't I just fish for a little bit more? Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's fish here. I mean, I also want to make a safe space for myself here as well, because I remember it was like about, gosh, it was like 3 years ago, I think. And then I used to get like, I don't know why though, but I used to get daily, and I mean daily with my stream, that I get like trans hatred. I'll get a bunch of slurs in my chat. So because of that, I kind of want to strive to make a more safe space for people. So yeah, it's kind of something what I want to do. Have you ever placed radios of love means a lot to us? Oh, we got pink. Yeah, this is pink. Oh. Oh. Eee. Look at that baby megalodon. Crazy. I think people are just so uneducated. History repeats itself. Being homosexual. Being homosexual? And autistic has been very frowned upon in the past. Oh, history repeats itself. Period. And then, okay. It's unfortunate. Can't change much, but I'll do what I can. I'm not gonna allow that word, but you have a point. Once again, say sorry to those minorities. Yeah, it's that is my focus, but to be able to provide a space where people can be themselves without being an asshole, then it's good. And I myself will feel safe too. Yeah, I missed some chat. Have I been fishing too much now? Hey, more cursed fish, nice. Hops live now if you wanna raid someone. Oh, okay. No pressure, just suggestions. Yeah, no pressure, and I want to rate Hope. So Hope streams I don't know if she's early today. It's currently 1:25 AM. Yeah. She's a little early? Okay. One more. We explain the best. Well, I'll try to explain the best I can. She's usually on like in half an hour, so 2 a.m. my time. That's not too bad. Someday I could stay up until 2 a.m. just to catch Hope life a little bit and then go EP. Didn't I say one more? No. I lied. No, I need to sleep. It's 1:30 a.m. Hiya. Okay. Can't blame people. I never met a transgender person I've turned out to eventually dislike, maybe only once. Ah, okay. I mean, I'm getting like weird vibes from them as well, so... They're basically saying they dislike transgender people with an asshat. Oof. I know my English is like... Right. I know my English is low, but I had a feeling. I just have a kind of a gut feeling. That question was, what's a safe space? Felt really sus. And that one I feel like it's like okay-ish, at least, since it could be someone who's genuinely curious, but it is a little bit but I'll try to explain to people who have that question. Even though my explanation may not be the best, but hey, it is something. Right. Yeah, the why to Lexi's question is kind of a red flag. If they were to turn a blind eye to all the hatred on the internet, then right. It can be okay to ask, but their responses or explanations is what made it feel sus to you? Yeah. Suppose it was more the later things, I suppose, asking why and so on. It's all good. Hey, stuff like this happens. It is the internet space, so we just ban them and all is good. Imagine having such a horrid life that you're gonna make it worse for the people to not hate yourself. Right? The hatred on the internet is crazy. Like, let me... Anywho, people are dumb. People dumb. I feel a little bit scared now. Like, Hope is a partner stream and I'm just like a... To be honest, I always have a problem of like raiding into someone big. I just feel scared. I feel like I'm like, because my brain tells me that if I raid to someone who's like big, right? And then it's like I'm asking for like attentions and stuff. It's like, oh, it's gonna pay it. She's also in kind though. Yeah, she totally is. Okay, okay. I'll work up my courage. Oh, oh my god.
Subbed to you today, Tyler Shake Thick Derg Booty.
Thank you, Dragon Colony. Yeah, hope is a safe space as well. Definitely. And preparate message. I'm not gonna plug too much here. I'm just gonna get a rate message and gonna raid out and call it a day and EP and stuff. It's like I fish way too much. It's 1:31 AM. Oh my god. Muffin. Oh my god, Tekken. Oh my god, Tekken. Anticipatory fashion, kind of. How Muffin is doing good. Oh my god, Tekken. I'm gonna raid out though. Oh my god. I want to say I fish too much, but nah, there's never fishing too much. No. Thank you, Muffin. I will eat so well. Actually, I'm gonna eat a little bit of something before I EP. Been fun to hang. Oh, it's fun. It's fun being here as well with you guys hanging around as well. I feel nice. Thank you. Yeah, no plug, but the rate message is this one. And no you. Oh my god, there's an ad break in progress. Shit. I didn't get to snooze it though. It didn't show me. I'll still read. It's okay. Yeah, if you don't have my emotes, feel free to use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Alright. I'm raiding into someone big. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. my brain. Hey, nice. Yeah. Still, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are fucking loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to to Hope Dreams. You too? Oh, no, you cheating. Right, here we go. Deep breaths, it's fine. Rating Miss Piss. Oh my god. Oh. That's a very active chat. Ooh, I'm already feeling a little bit anxious. Oh no, that was quick. Ah, shit. Wow. My brain is already my brain is already going elsewhere. Wow. It's okay, I'll be fine, I think. Wait. Trust. It's always the case when it comes to rating a partner streamer. I just feel I'll be fine, I think. I definitely believe that they're really nice. It's just I have to like go through my own brain here. I'll be fine, promise. Take care. Love you. See you guys after about 8 hours, I think. No, after 10 hours. Bye bye. Take care. Based on Kafira. Bye bye.